Good morning, our guest. Welcome to Sarova Imperial. My name is George Achola. If this is your first time to be here, you are welcome. But if you are our repeat guest, you are most welcome. Yeah, mine is security, which is very, very important. Our security starts immediately you enter these premises, be it through the car park or through the main entrance. If you park your car at the car park, I hope you are given what we call the valet ticket. You have it with you. What we need there is only your name and your phone number, so that in case of anything, we can contact you easily. We don't need your account number. Data protection. So. Now, when you entering the hotel, we have the luggage scanner and the walk-through detector. All those, they are put there just because of your security. Now you are here. This hall where you are, it is on the 5th floor. It is called Mayfair Hall. For you to come up to here, you'll have to use the lift or you use the staircase. Now, in case of an emergency that we are not praying for, in case of an emergency, be it fire or any other, my advice as a security man is that kindly don't use the lift. Use the staircase, whereby you can be able to see where you're heading to. In case of danger, you can make a U-turn. By making a U-turn, you can save your life. But if you are inside the lift, you only know that you are heading to the ground floor, but you don't know what you are going to meet on your way to the ground floor. Sawa? I think that point taken. Number 2, to our guests who do smoke. We love you, you are our guest. It is only that we have a specific area for smoking, a smoking zone. If you want to smoke and you are here, kindly go to the 2nd floor. From the lift, turn on your left straight, and then left again. We have a courtyard whereby we have chairs, ashtrays. Imagine you smoke while seated. Is that not wonderful? Yeah, so please kindly don't smoke in these corridors, because some of us are allergic to smoke. Number 3, we have our washrooms. Washrooms, when you step out there, just walk straight past the lift. There is a corridor. Turn on your right. We have ladies, gents, and disabled. Kindly, before you enter, check the signage. Okay? There is a signage that shows that this is for ladies, this is for gents, this is for disabled. So use the right one. Sawa. Another one is that kindly, we don't allow food from outside. We have enough here. Even water, we have enough here. So food from outside, we don't allow. Just use the one that we have here. It is enough. We have enough. Sawa. Yes. So please kindly use the one that we have. Another point is, if you leave your car at the parking and maybe someone, you've talked to someone, is coming to pick it on your behalf, please kindly communicate. Communicate before, because we will not allow him to go with your car without you communicating to us. Sawa. It is very important, because we don't know what can happen. Maybe you lost your valet ticket, picked it, and then it's going to pick your car. When you come, where is my car? Where is my car? The car is already gone. So please kindly communicate. Communicate so that we know what to do. Your breakfast is being arranged somewhere outside there, outside this hall there. You will have it there. But lunch, you'll have to go to the 1st floor. Our lunch starts at 12:45. to 2 p.m. So please kindly keep time so that you get that top layer. Sawa sawa? Just to wind up, because of time, you know, when you come in a place like this, you need also to explore. You need to know what is inside the Sarova. What is inside Imperial Sarova? We have a wonderful place up here. It is called the Patch Bar. At your own time, this is not for student, it is for the adult. At your own time, please. Kindly, you can visit that place. Just grab one cold drink as you view part of Lake Victoria and Kisumu City at a pocket friendly. Thank you and God bless you as you continue with your program.
Thank you. Yeah, so before we start, for anyone who wants to connect to the internet, we have the voucher code. So if you go to the Wi-Fi, it asks you to use the voucher. You just select the voucher and then you type in Jumbo. Thank you.
Thank you, Proskovia. And wanted to start with welcoming everyone to today's event from Fish Deficit to Aquaculture Powerhouse. To do the opening remarks today, I want to introduce my colleague, the CEO of the Aquaculture Consortium, Mr. Felix Usuk.
Thank you so much, Simon. Great to be here. Honorable, the PS in the Fisheries Blue Economy Department, the Director General, KEMFRI, that is Kenya Marine Fisheries and Research Institute, our distinguished guests, that is our partners, development partners, and all sector actors within the aquaculture and blue economy. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I have to say, I'm so overwhelmed. I'm so happy to see all the faces here. It's gonna be a working roundtable. It's not business as usual. And our theme of today is how do we move from a fish deficit of over 430,000 metric tons annually to positioning aquaculture as a powerhouse. That is in the continent, but also globally. It's possible. And sometimes we get things right when we share personal stories. When you hear that somebody did it, and that somebody is just made of blood and meat, is it? And water, just like all of us. We also hear with our Norwegian partners who, over the last 50 years, have positioned aquaculture in Norway as the greatest, or I will say the second largest contributor to its GDP. So it's the second largest export product, and that is salmon. It's something that has happened over the years. We can do it, and we don't need to go through the same path that Norway went through for 50 years. We can leapfrog. The deficit that we have today of over 430,000 metric tons, those are actually 2022 statistics. We're in 2026. You can imagine where they are. Happy we have government in the house, they'll address that. This is actually not a challenge. This is a huge opportunity that is worth $1 billion USD. Imagine we are all sitting on that kind of money. But what has been the challenge? I'm born and bred here. I left Kenya when I was a teenager, but Kenya has always been my home. Lived here as well the last 10 years in a posting, working with Norwegian Business Association, NABA. Worked with establishing, that is EN, Innovation Norway, which is a government agency in Norway that deals with entrepreneurship, business development, and connecting businesses together. I've worked with NURAD, the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation, and I've been with NURFund as well, that is the Norwegian Development Fund for Investment Abroad. I've had the opportunity to live in Kenya, to live in Norway. And something caught my eye way back in 2015 when we were doing a mapping study of aquaculture, blue economy facilities in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Because at that time, there was a delegation from Norway led by the then fisheries and trade minister, Monica Marland, from Norway. I did an extensive mapping of aquaculture facilities in the country. And this was at the backdrop of the economic stimulus program, I remember. And I think for those who are old enough in this house, you'll remember right after the post-election violence, 2008, our late President Mwai Kibaki introduced some stimuli to resuscitate the economy. One of them was aquaculture, fish farming. We had challenges, and I had the chance to visit about 32 counties in Kenya, looking at the different facilities. There were not many, and fish farming was new. It was a challenge. These challenges are structural. One of them is access to quality fingerlings and quality seeds, which is fingerlings. Access to quality feeds. And the investment in the sector, and that is our small-scale farmers. Believe it, the food we eat in Kenya, Kenya's food basket, 80% is contributed by small-scale farmers. 80% minimum. But it's the small-scale farmers that get the least investment. So you have a very productive cow who gives you 10 liters a day, but you run to invest in one that gives you a liter per day because the cow is flowery, looks nice. Why can't you invest in the one that gives you the most? And that is our small-scale farmers. So that is item 3 under our structural challenges. Item 4 is an off-taker. You have succeeded, but where is the market? Access to market, an off-taker. And that is where now processing facilities come in. Number 5 is gaps with regard to capacity, training, capacity building, investment readiness. You can't make somebody investment ready when this person doesn't have the basics, the infrastructure to invest in, a pond or a cage, a fish cage, other input that you need. We can't sit in a conference room and we start building capacity. How can you be investor ready? To invest in what? We have to start first with the infrastructure. And I applaud all our development partners who've supported in this and other industry players. But let us rethink that for us to be investment ready, you have to present something. It's just that, like when you go to the bank and you say you want to buy a property, very few financiers will give you 100%. The first question is, what do you have yourself? 10, 15% deposit. We have to do that ourselves. So these challenges are not peculiar to the Kenyan aquaculture blue economy ecosystem. Norway, that is a global leader when it comes to aquaculture, they experienced these challenges too. But in the 90s, the ecosystem realized, and I'm happy, I have the Norwegians in the house, that working as a fragmented ecosystem won't push us to be able to fight the fish deficit. In order to position ourselves as an aquaculture powerhouse, we need to work together. The society today, or the ecosystem I mean, is so fragmented. You look at the value chain, it needs to be integrated because we have fingerlings production, we have input and services, we have capacity, extension services, those who are into processing, and then you have the market. I'll give you a clear example. My core business, for example, is fish production. Fingerlings production, that is catfish and tilapia, and then selling. But I realized that in order to make my business effective, I need digital tools, right? To make the supply chain transparent, efficient, to bring other players on board. The common thing to do, I would divert a bit from my core business, which is production of fish, and start building a digital ecosystem. Instead of approaching Mr. X, this is your core business, digital ecosystems. The challenges that I've realized in production are X, Y, Z. Are you able to fix them? We sit down and share. Yes, that's my core business. Then come for a renaissance in my facility. See, work on it. That is the collaboration that can take us forward. Instead of we reinventing the wheel, you can't run 10 businesses at the same time. You can't be perfect in everything. You have to choose your space. That is the fragmentation that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope today we have industry players. If we can start speaking together, if we can start sharing, we are not competitors, let me tell you. Our huge competitor is the fish deficit. That's the competitor. Because today, even if Jumbo Fish Farm is left alone to address the deficit, we are not able to do so. Rio Fish Farm, you're not able to do so. So who does that? China comes and fills the gap. But if we share knowledge, if we pull together and say we want to position aquaculture as a powerhouse, the largest contributor to GDP in this country, which is very possible, we can do it. I had a speech, but I thought I'd drop it, speak from my heart. I think I've kept it within what we would like to do today. The other thing that is very important, and I'm so happy that we have our young ones in the house, can see students from high school. Thank you so much, the organizers, for bringing the students in the house. Many times we speak about girls, women in this sector, but we speak about them. And you look in the hall, they're just old men with gray hairs like Felix, who are seated there and speaking about these girls. We need to bring them in the conversation. If we're gonna challenge their mindset to think that aquaculture is interesting, because we've grown up, I grew up in the lakeside. You think about fishing, no, I'm not gonna study fishing. No. I can't go through the same path that my mother went through. It's terrible. No, it's not terrible. Let me tell you one thing. Actually, and the richest people in Norway, they're in aquaculture. The girls in aquaculture will tell you, the richest, they have the money. So if you think, and I'm not saying being a doctor or an engineer is bad, it's good. Right now, if something happens, I need to rush, then I need that doctor. But that doctor needs my money, right? So for us to motivate young people to get involved in aquaculture, in fisheries, we have to show them. We're talking about digitization of aquaculture. Many young people like to work from their computers and so on. It is possible. 90% of the work here, it's that. And that is why we are launching these 4 initiatives. The first one is Girls in Aquaculture and Young Fish. From a young, tender age, let us involve our young people. And I'm very happy the administration, led by the county director for education, is in the house. We'll also speak to us how we connect competency-based education curriculum that Kenya has introduced and we are running on to practical learning skills. How do we bring it in? And how do we, from a tender age, if we want aquaculture to be a powerhouse, we have to start with our young ones. Number 2 or 3 is digitization. We're gonna show Isamaki agri-growth, and that is key. One of talking about collaboration. Last year, we've been building an agri-growth digital ecosystem, and we realized that, you know what, there's another player that has come a little bit further than us. We went and contacted Isamaki, Shoshin Hub. Let's collaborate and build this thing together. That is what we're gonna demonstrate. But in the house, I believe there are those who are also building digital tools. No, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. Come, there is always a piece. There's something in it for you as well. And we do something together rather than running parallel things. If you see that there's a potential, there's an opportunity for collaboration. And lastly, before I end, cash is king, right? We can dream about all these things, but without the necessary resources to facilitate and move the wheels, we are not able to do so. And that is why we are having an exploratory financing, blended finance mechanism. We have our partners from the development world. We have banks, private sector, who are going to speak about this. And we have already shown skin in the game by establishing a fund where we can all contribute to see how to bring forward the ecosystem. Today, the opportunity that is right in front of us is the fish deficit. It's $1 billion opportunity. Thank you. Let's go.
Thank you, Felix. And we are also live streaming online. Please don't mind my voice. I'm not scared. Sometimes it happens. Yeah. So we now move on to the keynote address. The address is delivered on behalf of Betsy Njagi, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries. And it will be delivered, I'm seeing he's talking to someone, so that's why. Yeah, it will be delivered by Sam Kidera, Regional Coordinator for Nyanza and Western Region. The keynote will provide a strategic overview of Kenya's aquaculture opportunity, national blue economy priorities, and the importance of ecosystem collaboration. Thank you. Okay, so before we move to the keynote, we're just going to have a quick introduction. Yeah, so a quick round of introduction, just 30 seconds, everyone, and then we move on to the keynote address. I think we'll start from the front.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. I'm Maria Gåse from Norway. I'm working in Norway's second biggest salmon company and in the world as a business developer, but I'm here with Runa with the Girls in Aquaculture initiative from Norway.
And then I'm Runa from Norway as well, also working in the same firm as Maria, it's called SalMar in Norway, and also in this initiative that's called Jenter I havbruk in Norwegian, but it's Girls in Aquaculture. Yeah.
morning. I'm Otieno Susan. I'm a fish farmer. So happy to be here.
Morning, everyone. I'm Irina Tieno. I'm a farmer also.
So Kenya, Uganda, and DRC. Thank you.
Okay, he's doing it online.
Yes, the Director General, Dr. Paul Arena, has already started his speech, but we have some small technical issues.
You can turn on your video.
It's because of a protocol, because the PS is larger in level, so she's the one ending the key.
Okay. So after him,
Let's go again.
You introduce the keynote.
after him,
Did you mute CEO? CEO, you are muted. You can try. Yes, we can hear you.
and clear. Proceed, Sia. Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. I would like now to welcome Sam Kidera, Regional Coordinator for the Nyanza and Western Region, to give the keynote address.
Thank you so much. To all invited guests and participants, first of all, before I will deliver the principal secretaries for Blue Economy and Fisheries, Madam Betsy Sinjagi's address, kindly allow me to convey her apologies, because she's also participating and overseeing or presiding over the Blue Economy Committee, Coordination Committee of Kenya, where we have the Council of Governors and ministers meeting at Safari Park Hotel as we speak now. Let me also take this opportunity to appreciate and thank the County Director of Education, Madam Rosemary Birenge, if I'm not wrong, for allowing to participate in this important discussion and bringing on board the participation of Kisumu National Girls Secondary School, who are here with us. And I also take pride in the school because my daughter was part of that particular school last year, and I think she became the best girl by scoring 84 over 84 on the A's. So I feel much privileged to be here and for these particular girls to participate with it. Just where you are, just rise up and then wave to the congregation. Kisumu Girls Fraternity. Thank you so much and feel much honored. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring to your attention that the Nairobi International Blue Economy Conference, which was co-hosted between Kenya and Japan, in Kenya in 2018, recognized three pillars of the blue economy. One being economic growth pillar, social inclusion pillar, and environmental sustainability pillar. Now, of the most important key pillar in economic growth, that is where we have sustainable fisheries and aquaculture as one of the sectors that is prioritized. And if you come to the Kenyan government, we have the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which prioritizes blue economy and fisheries as priority number 7 out of 9. And that's why you find His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, going around and informing the population and the public that the current frontier for economic growth, employment, and job creation is in the blue economy. And I think this is why we are taking keen interest in ensuring that everybody is brought on board to see that blue economy works for Kenya. Under social inclusion, we ensure equity, providing jobs, improving livelihoods, and encouraging inclusion of communities and everybody. And this is why the women and girl child is brought on board, so that they are not left behind. So, Madam Rosemary Birenge, the County Director of Education, we take this particular pleasure to thank you so much for ensuring that our girls begin with us to understand the importance of blue economy, not just in classroom, but in forums like this, so that it creates impact in their minds and the way they look at blue economy as our frontier for economic growth. Understanding blue economy emphasizes on sustainability of our ecosystems. And our big ecosystem is the oceans and the inland waters. If you look at the percentage of these particular ecosystems in the whole universe, covers over 80%. So that is why we have to emphasize and ensure that everybody takes cognizance of this important sector or this important frontier. Allow me now go to the speech by Madam Betsy Muthoni Njagi, CBS, during the high-level strategic dialogue on Kenyan's aquaculture opportunity, dated 26th March 2026 at Sarova Imperial Hotel in Kisumu. To the Group Executive Officer, the Aquaculture and Blue Economy Consortium, representatives from the Blue Economy Committee of the Council of Governors, representatives from the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institutes, representative from the education sector, representative from the Norwegian Agency for Exchange Cooperation, representative from the Aquaculture Associations, representative from the Network of Africa Youth in Aquaculture, representative from the private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to join you today for a discussion focusing on advancing Kenyan's aquaculture ecosystem. Indeed, your presence here today is a manifestation of your desire and commitment to making the aquaculture development agenda a key component of our bottom-up economic transformation agenda, shaping conversation and socio-economic development of this country. I am glad to note that in this room are gathered great minds sourced from all walks of life, including our young minds from the academia, state and non-state actors, research, industry players, practitioners with a single focus on sharing ideas and experience aimed at promoting fisheries and aquaculture subsector, a key sector within the economic pillar of the blue economy. Kindly allow me to recognize and appreciate the role played by each member of the organizing committee and the participants here that has convened us today for this important meeting. It is my prayer that this engagement is sustained moving forward so that we can all forge an impactful future for aquaculture development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the blue economy and fisheries sector that includes aquaculture is a growing pillar of Kenyan economy, currently contributing to 0.7% of the national gross domestic product, our GDP. Contribution of this will start from the early stages of our learning to where we are going to contribute to this particular industry, ensuring that our source of the minds that are going to drive this economy is also well oriented from the beginning. The sector supports livelihoods, food security, and job creation, while offering vast opportunities for economic growth across fisheries, aquaculture, and emerging ocean-based industries. With centered investment in sustainable resource management, re-engineered training, including the competency-based curriculum, value addition, improved market access, and reduction in post-harvest losses, we expect this contribution to rise about 1% by the end of Medium-Term Plan 4 in 2027. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the year 2024, the country's total fish production was 168,424 metric tons, worth 39.6 billion Kenya shillings. Aquaculture production was 333,423 metric ton, valued at about 9.9 billion shillings, representing a 5% increase in production from the previous year that stood at 31,767 metric tons. This production is relatively low when compared to other jurisdictions on the continent, but with it comes the opportunity for growth. The current increase in the uptake of cage farming in our natural water bodies is one of the strategies that is being promoted to boost production from aquaculture. But we cannot forget the skilled labor and where they come from early learning to university level. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate and recognize that universities are having low intake of those people who are interested in this particular sector. But I want to ensure and re-emphasize that involving the education sector, we are going to boost this particular economy and bring everybody on board to participate as required. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the inherent potential of aquaculture to significantly contribute to the socioeconomic development of country through increased productivity, the government has initiated the development of specialized aquaculture institutions in the country to support the growth of the subsector. The institutions include Kenya Marine Fisheries Research Institute, the National Aquaculture Research and Development Training Center, Sagana, Kirinyaga, Kiganjo National Trout Hatchery, National Mariculture Resource and Training Center, Shimoni, and Kabonyo Fisheries and Aquaculture Service and Training Center of Excellence in Kisumu County. All these particular facilities will always require skilled staff that are going to be used in employment to ensure that there is sustainability and continuity. The institutions are designed to support fingerling production, service and training and skills transfer, and aquaculture technology, innovation and incubation centers. And this is why, as the Principal Secretary in charge of Blue Economy and Fisheries, we engaged the Ministry of Education to ensure that this is also entrenched in our education system under CBE, where we have fisheries and marine technology being taught at senior school levels. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, despite the investment made by the government in the aquaculture subsector, challenges still exist that hinder aquaculture growth in the country. The challenges include, but not limited to, aquaculture production and productivity, aquaculture value addition, marketing and trade, extension services, technology adoption, investment, financing in aquaculture, aquaculture research, development and innovation, aquaculture information management, data and communication. The effect of these challenges are compounded by the negative effects of climate change and environmental degradation, and inadequate social inclusivity in the design of programs and projects to include everybody. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, addressing these particular challenges with everybody necessitated an overhaul of the policy and legal frameworks governing the aquaculture subsector. In this regard, I wish to register my appreciation on behalf of the government of the support and important role played by the stakeholders in shaping the policy proposals that were nationally validated on the 19th of September 2025. We are now finalizing the process of submission of the draft validated aquaculture policy 2025 for adoption and approval and the subsequent launch soon after. Regarding the legal framework, I acknowledge that we have experienced some challenges in its rollout, but I am confident that working together with all the stakeholders, we will be able to resolve this for the betterment of the subsector and our country, Kenya. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the validated draft policy has identified the vital roles played by each of us present in this meeting and calls for transformative and innovative approach in the management of the aquaculture subsector. Amongst other initiatives, the policy specifically promotes the approach of evidence-based management decisions regarding aquaculture enterprise, thereby bringing to the fore the input from research institutions and academia. The policy also provides for the adoption of innovative financing and de-risking in aquaculture business as a trigger towards increased investment. The days when insurance companies shunned aquaculture is gone. They have to come on board so that we participate as a team to finance and de-risk this particular sector, the lucrative sector, which is one of the main sectors in the blue economy pillar. In principle, therefore, the policy proposes to have the industry, government and research and academia work together in collaborative way to grow the subsector. Today's forum is therefore both timely and necessary as one of the avenues for us to confirm that the government is addressing the enabling environment, including making a provision for involvement of the youth and girls in aquaculture. To this end, allow me to register my gratitude to the organizers for bringing on board initiatives such as the Young Fish Kenya and Girls in Aquaculture Kenya, and providing a platform from which the youth can grow, learn, and impact. In addition, the use of artificial intelligence in aquaculture is a new development. And this is where it will revolutionize aquaculture practice. But we must begin with young learners from the beginning in shaping the courses they will take to impact positively in the aquaculture infrastructure and technology, a position that is envisaged by the validated policy. This is going to be of great importance as we move into intensive commercial aquaculture, where quick decision-making, engineering, and short turnaround time are vital ingredients of management and development. I therefore welcome the Aquaculture Digital Infrastructure Initiative engineering into aquaculture space with a plea to stakeholders to advantage of the initiative. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government attaches great importance to role played by development partners in the development of aquaculture subsector. Development partners have greatly contributed to the success of government programs in the country and aquaculture specifically. It is therefore gratifying to note that the Kenya-Norway Resilient and Sustainable Aquaculture Exchange Program, supported by the Norwegian Agency for Exchange Cooperation, has undertaken to be part of this journey to grow aquaculture. But I also urge that this initiative brings on board young learners in school so that they begin this from early stages up to when they gain this particular knowledge and competencies in aquaculture engineering, which is a very big gap that still hinders aquaculture development in Kenya. I note that the program will result in sharing skills and experience, a vital component of capacity building for our aquaculture practitioners. I wish to express my gratitude on behalf of the government of Kenya to the government of the Kingdom of Norway for this commitment and the continuous support that has been extended our way. I look forward to more collaboration and partnership as we seek to transform the aquaculture subsector for the benefit of the citizens of Kenya, taking cognizance of the new frontier in economic development Blue Economy Initiative. As I conclude, kindly allow me to reiterate that the government attaches great importance to aquaculture subsector growth as it is committed to playing its facilitative role for the industry to grow. Thank you, and may God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that wonderful speech.
So the PS advice, if we have the media personality here, I will avail this particular speech so that it is as well circulated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We now move on to our first panel discussion on building sustainable and inclusive aquaculture value chains in Kenya. This session will explore what happens across production, inputs, markets, and coordination, and where the real opportunities lie. To guide the discussion, I would like to invite our moderator, Pete Ondeng, to lead the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Proskovia. Good morning. Give me a big round of applause. Come on. So I'm going to ask you to do something. All of you, if you don't mind, just stand up on your feet. I know you've been sitting for a while. And then stretch both hands up in the air as far as you can. That's all. Thank you. Please be seated. Wanted to get some blood circulating so that we don't fall asleep. Well, thank you very much to the organizers, for especially to TAC and specifically to Felix, who have come together and brought us here on fairly short notice. And I'm going to jump over all the protocols because sometimes that takes a lot of time and there's a risk of missing somebody, and then I'll be in trouble. But we want to move into a discussion that, quite frankly, we cannot do justice to. Partly because it's a topic that we actually need a whole day to discuss. We don't have that. And number two is that we've started late. And there are many things on the program that are also very important. And we are going to really just touch and scratch on the surface. So I'm going to introduce myself, and then I'm going to introduce a couple of people who will come up here. I'm taking the liberty to be flexible and to make some changes just because of time. As you have heard, my name is Pete Ondeng. I am one of the co-founders of the Lake Victoria Aquaculture Association. This is an association that was established just 2 years ago, primarily because of a need that was there and has been there for a long time. That the players in this region, one of the characteristics of this region particularly, is the fragmentation, where you find there's so many players, so many activities, so many people starting initiatives, so many people doing good things, but we don't have a platform or a framework where we speak together. We come together as, particularly as businesses, to be able to think strategically as a collective whole, and maybe even speak with government in one voice instead of everybody trying to deal with these issues independently. And I'll just mention this, that this collaboration was tested in 2024, at the end of 2024, just over a year ago, where the industry players felt that there were some regulations that were challenging, were potentially threatening the sector. And many of them felt they had not had sufficient time to be consulted, to discuss, and to collaborate with the government on these new regulations. And so the association, the new association, actually went to court, and the courts agreed to suspend those regulations. And what this led to was discussions with the government. The CS, Honorable Joho, invited us to Nairobi. We sat down with a senior team and together formed a task force that has worked through what works well for government, what works well for the sector. And that's the kind of collaboration that we're trying to encourage here. And it is so important that people find ways to work together. So that's my introduction. I want to invite to the podium, is that what you call this place? I want to call Sylvia Musotti. Sylvia, are you here? Come, yes, please come, Sylvia. I'm just going to call a couple of people. And actually, I'm just going to ask one question. After they introduce themselves, I'm going to ask one question and see if we can do that. And based on their responses, maybe ask one or two of you also to speak into this one question. And then maybe even just call it a day, because I think it's such a heavy question. Okay. And like I said, it's a heavy question that what we can do is just whet your appetite and hopefully enable you to go on and have this conversation elsewhere as you go. The second person I'm going to invite on the stage is Cesar Astillo. Cesar. He's from Victory Farms. Cesar. Cesar, come. Don't be shy. Karibu sana. So I want both of you to sit down here, and I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves properly. Sylvia, you first. Just tell us who you are, and tell us one thing that when it's all done, we've all gone away, one thing you want us to remember about you, and then I'll move over to Caesar. You got your own mic. Very good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sylvia Mosoti. I work with Shoshin Innovation Hub, and I lead programs. Rather, I coordinate programs. It's programs because we have a number of pillars that we look into. But the interesting bit is that, of course, I'm female. I'm also youth. I'm still within the youth bracket. And it's interesting how I found myself in this blue tech space, and I'm really happy with how things are working out. And bottom line is that at Shoshin Innovation Hub, all our solutions are powered by artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and all these emerging technologies, edge computing. I'm not an engineer, neither am I a tech person, but since I coordinate programs, I definitely have to understand some of these aspects. Part of the speech delivered by Bwana Kidera here from the PS had something to talk about artificial intelligence, so and how these emerging technologies can really be utilized. And it's important that we also have our pretty young ladies here and other students here, because now AI is really the future. It's not just the AI that you hear people say. For example, you see a photo and how Kenyans say it, "Iyo picha ni AI." For us, it's way more of how we implement that AI. I'd really want us, after we finish this, your take-home message is especially on integrating technology and innovation in aquaculture matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Let's give her a round of applause. And then over to Caesar, if you can just introduce yourself and very precisely tell us.
Thank you very much, Pete. My name is Cesar Astillo from Victory Farms, and I am very passionate about aquaculture beyond fish farming. When we talk about aquaculture, a lot of times we focus on the farming of fish, yet when you look at that whole value chain, there's an immense number of opportunities. And I could unpack it very briefly for you. The beginning of aquaculture is fish eggs. Somebody needs to produce these fish eggs. Now, if you have an entity specializing in brood stocks and producing fish eggs and being good at that, it gives an excellent chance for fish farmers to get quality fish seed, the fingerlings, so that their production process is not compromised by poor quality. It also possibly gives the farmer an opportunity to have a shortened production cycle, because if that farmer gets a fingerling that is already 2 months old or something, then the farmer only has to grow out for maybe 5 months or 6 months. Now, that there is a wonderful opportunity that any one of us, the youth, this is a business opportunity for you. It's highly technical because fish eggs, when you grow fish eggs, there's all sorts of scientific conditions that you have to meet. But that's okay. It is an opportunity that is literally lying, waiting to be explored. After the fish eggs, then of course there's the grow out. Grow out is what all of us call aquaculture. But that is just fish farming. That's just a piece of aquaculture. After this production, 6 or 7 month production, those fish are brought back for processing. In this processing, there are wonderful opportunities for value addition. Now, you can do what Victory Farms does. We gut, we scale, we wash, we size, and we send out to our 90 branches around the country. But that is just one bit. How about in better processing for export? Creating fish sausages, fish samosas. There's a wide range of things that can be done.
So let me interrupt you, Caesar.
Yeah.
You're whetting our appetite on the opportunity
okay.
that exists. I know we are among people who experts in aquaculture, but there are also those who are new to this industry. The question that's running through my mind is really this banner you see behind me here, which says "From Fish Deficit to Aquaculture Powerhouse." It implies that we are in a certain place, we want to go to another place. Perhaps this lake region is what you'd call a microcosm of the story of Africa. Potential, potential. Every time you come to a meeting like this, people talk about the potential. And I've just heard you talking about the potential for employment, the potential for business. Can you just, Sylvia, let me just start with you. Rather than just talk about your business in this industry, what is it going to take to turn this potential into powerhouse, from movement and motion, activity, something that is actually where we want it to be? What's missing?
Thank you. What is definitely missing is the link that connects all the nodes from pre-production to production to post-production. Because as Mr. CEO here has mentioned, most of us tend to think that aquaculture is the production bit, the fish farming bit. But what happens pre? What happens post? So once we get networks or even technologies or links that just ensure that that entire value chain node is connected and connected effectively, then I think we're good to go.
So you're saying that they are the different nodes or different elements of this value chain are disconnected. That's a problem.
Yes, yes.
Caesar, where is the solution? And we want the solution in 1 minute.
Really, a part of the solution is conversations like this.
Yeah.
Because even amongst our professionals, our industry leaders, we think of aquaculture just as fish farming. And I'm going to take 30 seconds to just unpack something I think is really important and a wonderful opportunity as well. When you produce fish eggs, you need broodstock ponds. Now, these broodstock ponds, because fish living in them, the fish produce waste. The water in these ponds is very rich, nutrient rich. Why are we not using this water for drip irrigation, for horticulture production? It's a simple thing. Now, I've seen this work in other countries, so this is not rocket science. It can be done here. And this is why I talk about aquaculture, not just about fish farming. These conversations we have, like we're having today, expand our thinking. It opens up our thinking and it opens up our appreciation for the transformative potential of what.
Thank you very much. I deliberately did not bring Mr. Kidera up here because he has just finished speaking. I was trying to get just some other. But I'm going to walk over here and just ask him as a government person to maybe answer the question, if in just a simple way, what are some of the things that are going to unlock this potential from an environment point of view? What there must be some constraints that you can say, if we can unlock this, things would happen.
Thank you. Before I will say, let me appreciate and recognize the the chief principal, Kisumu Girls National School, and the teachers who accompanied her, maybe just also to rise. We feel much honored. Back to the one of the fundamental tools that government uses to provide conducive environment and unlock the economic potential. You realize that in the I don't know where I should go up there because the network. I stand up. Thank you. You realize that the speech by our PS Bets Njagi says that our policy tools have been reviewed to take into account the new emerging issues. And this is one of the tools that is going to help to unlock this particular sector. You always hear people saying the policies, existing policies are not conducive, they are not recognizing certain factors and certain issues. Like now, in our policy recognizes technology. Our policy recognizes the participation of women and the gender. Our policy recognizes collaboration and partnerships, which are very key. You remember when we had the proposal, and I think I have a great team here, we came up with a concept. And I think one of my officers who developed together with the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute are here, a concept which was going to revolutionize fisheries in Kenya. So we have Karimi is here. Thank you. We have Ali Samisi, I think he's also here. These are the young minds which came up with a concept and has been recognized by World Bank and is going to be funded at a tune of 32.5 billion Kenya shillings to be plowed into the aquaculture industry. And we have different components recognizing financing models, recognizing small enterprises, recognizing key players in the industry so that we unlock. Thank you. So that's just one of the things the government is doing, unlock. And not to forget, we really argued for inclusion of marine fisheries and marine technology to be part of the learning areas in our secondary schools. Let me tell you, even Kisumu Girls National School does not have even a teacher that can teach that. So these are potential areas. So we take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kidera, I think you're in the wrong profession. You should have been an evangelist or something. I'm going to, because of time, I'm just going to do something here. I'm going to ask you to raise your hand if you have a question. Please do. And that's how we're going to close this. I'm going to recognize somebody who maybe has a comment in the audience or a question. Quickly come up here. And like I said, we cannot do justice to this subject. We're just touching and waiting. Anybody has a question or a comment that's burning that we can use to just sort of wrap up this session? I'm not seeing any hands. Yeah, come. Thank you, sir. Just come, tell us who you are, make your statement or ask your question, and then I'll put it to our panelists.
Thank you, Peter Ndeng. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Dr. Ketch from Aquaculture. As I was sitting there and listening to speeches given by Mr. CEO and Sylvia. Yes, and the PS representative. I'm triggered to speak because I'm going to be very short. What is going on here is exactly what you are doing at Aquaculture. And those who have interacted with Aquaculture, like Pete Ondeng, know this very well. It is just hard for me to speak within the short time that there is, but I want to invite everyone to a conference we are also holding in May from 7th to 9th about aquaculture, blue economy, innovations.
And for the team from Norway, karibu sana. I hope you've learned some Swahili. I know Norek TAC relationships have been existing for long. Simen, I hope you've learned much of Swahili language. And to everyone who's in this room, such platforms really make the blue economy space. This is just part of what is in the blue economy space. And such forums and conversations really just ensure that we are all getting aligned towards the direction that we should be going to. Because of time, I'll be around. And for those who might not maybe interact with us, you can check on our website. For those who are on LinkedIn, I'm pretty much available on LinkedIn, but again, through the Aquaculture Consortium, who are our key partners. Chem-free staff, very many of them are in here. Again, also our very key partners. Who else am I forgetting? Quite a number of people in this room. We've really worked together. I even saw there should be a speaker from, I think, Gatsby or something. We've worked closely with them. So feel free if you have something you want to inquire on, especially on technology and innovation. We are also learning, right? Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Caesar, one word of wisdom as we go.
I too would like to thank the organizers for this forum. I watched Mr. Erastus Kanga on TV talking at the Senate about highly toxic fish coming out of Lake Nakuru. But the reason why that's happening, apart from just bad manners by whoever is doing it, the reason why is because we do have a fish deficit. Now, fish can actually address our food and nutrition insecurity in this country. Currently, fish at 400 shillings per kilogram is the lowest cost animal protein there is. I know most people think that fish is a luxury product, but think about this. Beef is 700 shillings. Chicken is 900 shillings a kilo. Pork is somewhere in between. Fish is actually 400 shillings a kilogram. So we can use this. We can actually use this to address our food and nutrition issues in this country. There's so much more I could talk about on sustainability, on technology. These are conversations I like to have. If you want to speak with me, please find me at some point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause as a wrap up. And thank you very much. And I hand over back.
Thank you so much, Pete from LVA, and to Sylvia from Sochin, and Caesar from Victory Farms. We are,
Sorry for the interruption, but because the participation of our schools here was a high discussion we did, and I think it's just good. We appreciate them for being that here. I will also request other schools that have come here through the intervention of the County Director of Education, just also to rise up and say hi. Other schools and the teams from other schools, we appreciate you, and Madam County Director.
Thank you very much. We invited Kisumu girls, Kisumu boys, Maseno School, and Elite, Golden Elite. Thank you for gracing this occasion. They were accompanied by their teachers. welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. And thank you for a few things you have given us. Thank you.
Yes, I know right around now we were supposed to go to tea break, but we are a little bit short on time, so we're going to squeeze in one more small segment, and then we're going to take a good health break. So to bring in a small context, we have had Nordic Exchange, that is the Norwegian agency for exchange collaboration. Myself, Martin, Oddbjørn are here right now working in Jumbo. We've been at Kemfree. But we have also had 3 employees from Jumbo Fish Farm being 6 months in Norway. They have engaged with over 25 companies. One of those companies was SalMar, that has already been mentioned. We met with Runa and Maria. They are themselves going to tell about their own movement, Girls in Aquaculture. So I welcome Runa Fossum Sæterhaug, HR consultant in SalMar, and Maria Gåse, business developer in SalMar.
Hello, a good day. Thankful to be here, first of all. We've had Maria have been here since
Friday, late night Friday.
Yes, and I came late night on Monday, and we've had a couple of fully packed days where we've seen aquaculture here in Kenya.
Yes.
Been to Jumbo Fish Farm. We live there actually.
Yeah, we have
now.
been there since.
Yes.
Thursday.
And then we went to Vemrik yesterday.
That's true.
Yes.
And today we are here.
And today we are here.
We can just start to talk about our initiative. Yes.
Yes.
That is the Girls in Aquaculture. That is called Jenter I Havbruk. That is the...
Yeah, we can just wait until...
Yes. You can start to tell why we started it.
I can start to tell why I started it. Yeah, I'm Runa. I was working at a fish farm out on the sea. I worked there for 3 years. And on those 3 years, I worked with, I can count my one hand how many women I worked with during those years. It's not a lot. And I was sitting thinking for myself, where are the girls who work in aquaculture and what do they do? Where can I meet them and connect? And then I was a military girl before going into aquaculture. And there they had this Instagram was called Girls in Military.
Yes.
Yes. And I followed that account and I got a lot of inspiration on what I could be, just seeing someone that looks like me.
And this is what we have done so far. Our initiative just turned 1 year in beginning of February.
Yes.
And this is what we have done. They have been in a conference in Northern Norway, in the west of Norway. And we have been in a magazine that is called the Island Magazine, in the island where we are from, in Trøndelag, Frøya. And we have been on a podcast. There is a large contributor to also TAC, Scale, Aquaculture. And we have been in the Fishery Candidate a magazine. And we are also in an initiative that is with the Europe Council, I think. Women on board. There's the representative more for women in blue economy and aquaculture.
And what this tells us is that it's interest for this field. We started out with Instagram, just posting pictures of girls working in aquaculture.
Telling what they do, what the position is, what the background, education they have, and what they're doing and how they're utilizing their knowledge.
And then we see that people are interested in it.
Yes.
So they want to lift it on conferences, on podcasts, and also gathering women on this...
conferences?
Yes, but like women in aquaculture.
Yeah, networking.
Yes.
Networking.
Yes. And a lot of women met up. I think we were around 80 in Bergen. Around 40 up in northern Norway. It's not a lot of people there.
We
but
just started,
that tells us that people want this. It's needed. And also for the ones here who start Girls in Aquaculture in Kenya, it's needed.
Yes. And we can, yes, we can take one more slide. And yes, I'm gonna have a bit of talk about what, because like in the panel debate with the PS executive, Silver Season and Pete was talking about dedication and how you have to see the whole value chain in one to do all development. So in Norway, we started in the 60s, 70s, really like you see in the black and white photos, like these cages really close to the shore. And now you have to see as the bottom picture, we have this big construction, steel construction that's going offshore with AI and high technology. In Norway, they started like, it was supposed to be the secondary production you can do beside farming, agriculture. And now it's the second largest production we have in Norway. And also as shipping outwards industry, next to oil, second to oil. And because how they started, we got a lot of initiative with private officials, educational programs, and the government also was very interested in developing this. So we have a lot of programs in collaborations throughout the years. And today is a big industry in sustainability, because salmon, especially salmon, that is the one thing we produce most of in Norway, is very sustainable in feed production, and how you can feed a lot of people and how little sources you went into the production of the salmon. And we have, but today the industry in Norway is seeing that we feel the government is more lacking behind, and we have to, the industry is the one that's pushing forward, pushing the development, pushing the technology development. And this is, we see also here, we have to do the collaboration because we need both sides, both private, educational, research, development, and the governmental to do the push forward together.
But this could be you as well.
Yeah.
It could. And while being here these couple of days, we see that even though we see that you are behind, obviously, in front of what we are in Norway with technician and digitally and all of those things, but we meet the same people, the people with passion, the people who want to create things, that are passionate about what they do. We see the same people here as we do in Norway.
Yeah.
So you're able,
yeah.
I think, but it's very important, I think, you to talk about how to get together.
Yeah.
To have
and
this as a common mission, yes, and share.
Yeah, to share the knowledge, share how we do it, and help each other go moving forward. One more slide. So this is an example in how you can do it in the collaborative example between the private, official, and governmental and R&D. This is called Brohode Havbruk, that is Bridgehead Aquaculture. It's a program developed in the early 2012s in Norway. Its ambition is to strengthen the recruitment to the marine aquaculture, increase business relevation, education and research, and building research-based expertise in the seafood industry. And this is the collaborative parties in this, but there's almost a lot of companies that use this. And if you can take the next slide. This is the different initiative, Bridgehead's gathering. That is, you have students and from different study programs that can relate the expertise to aquaculture cases, and also secondary, high school meets 2 times a year in the spring and the autumn with the representative from the industry and also governmental and official sectors. We have also the Aquaculture Day at the University in Trondheim, NTNU, and Norwegian Technology and University, and where the students meets the industry on campus. And we also have, through this program, they have developed 2 different study programs with the industry. That is a professional engineering program in aquaculture, that's a bachelor. And you also have a minor in aquaculture that you can take through different civil engineering courses, 10 different programs to take a minor in aquaculture. And we also have a change week through different courses. And we have this Fremhav, that is another course program that different partners in Bridgehead can send the workforce to take courses they needed in this. And this is how you can strengthen understanding, create inspiration, building networks through the professionals in the industry. You can create relevance and build networks. So this is how bridges work.
Good.
Yes. Next. Okay.
Okay. So we see that women make up to 25% of fishers and aquaculture workers globally. In Norway,
Yes.
it's 20%.
Yes.
So we need more. And this is especially what we want to tell. Today we have the young girls, we have older girls. But I dare you, especially the young ones, to take your place, dare to try, and have the faith and believe in yourself that you are worthy and that you should be here, and dare to apply for that job, and talk about it like you own it, because you should, because there's place for everybody, and we need both men and women. Yes, and we see a lot of numbers and stuff here, but I think that's what we want to say.
Yes.
We need more.
We need more to get more experience, more growth, and share the experience.
Yes, and that's also, we talk a lot about this to make the women own it themselves. Companies have to be good at it with culture, and also all the people around, but the women, we ourselves also have to take that place and own it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We have, and the last one.
A lot of goals and
we have a lot of
ambitions
goals.
and everything, but
we have still been around for a year, as mentioned.
Yes.
So we have a lot of goals for the future.
Yes.
And
But we just want to build. We want to
Yes.
build. We want to see what we can be. Now we're here in Kenya. Who would have
Yes.
thought 1 year
Yes.
ago that we'd be standing here on the other side of the world? That's incredible.
So we are very pleased and very humble to be here, and
Yes.
it's very appreciate this opportunity. And thanks to Felix, the tech team, and everyone that is in this room.
And if anyone here thinks that, oh, these two girls could maybe help us with something, just contact us. Really.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so and Maria. We are going to go into a small health break. So we'll meet back again here at 11:25. Stretch your legs, get some coffee, a small snack. And then we see each other in 15 minutes. Out to the right and a little bit forward.
Good morning. Are we ready to continue? I don't know if those who are outside can hear me, but if you can, please come, we can proceed. Okay, so I think we can move on to the next segment. I think for the rest, they'll join us as we proceed. So now we are moving on to the Youth Voices segment. We have so many youth here, and of course, it was ideal to hear from them. And so the next session the next session is about Youth Voices, coordinated by Naya. And when we talk about the future of aquaculture, we are really talking about people. And we know that across Kenya, young people are already entering the sector, as we will see. They are building businesses. They are also creating new pathways within aquaculture. So this session brings those voices forward. And it's also great to have students and schools with us today. A strong reminder that the future of this sector is already in the room. We really appreciate the organizers, the teachers, and also the ministry for creating their opportunities like this and making it possible for young people to be part of the conversation. There's a clear need for more of these platforms, and importantly, there are pathways for continued engagement, as you will soon come to learn, including Girls in Africa, which is the network of African youth. And with those many or few remarks, I would like to introduce Lona Mudegu, who is the co-lead at Naya Africa, to lead this session.
Thank you, Proskovia, and good morning. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to have you all in the room, and it's a privilege to see so many youth and so many young people as well as girls. So I'm going to start by introducing my panel. So we'll start with Dominic. I believe he was seated the farthest. Dominic, are you back in the room? Yes. So Dominic is the founder and CEO of GFAM Aqua Solutions, which is a youth-led enterprise advancing climate resilient water solutions in Kenya. He works on empowering young people through innovation, sustainable farming, and blue economy initiatives. Welcome, Dominic. Please give him a hand as he comes. Our next panelist is Niva Ondieki. Niva is the founder of Aquasol Consultancy, a fisheries and aquaculture specialist, and a youth empowerment champion. She's a member of the Kenya Youth Advisory Group at the Mastercard Foundation and works with Rio Fish Limited as well. working to advance aquaculture development and opportunities within the blue economy. Please clap for Niva. I also have Ali Samisi, who is a fisheries officer at the Kenya Fisheries Service, an organization mandated to conserve, manage, and develop fisheries resources. She has over 5 years' experience. She supports sustainable aquaculture by working with farmers, service providers, and policymakers to strengthen value chain. Finally, I have Clinton, who's the founder at Summer King. He's focused on rethinking how fish moves from producers to markets across East Africa. He's passionate about building efficient distribution systems that unlock opportunity for farmers and make protein more accessible to consumers. Yeah? No, I'll stand. It's okay. Have a seat. Yeah, so the main purpose of this session is just to show, especially the young people in the room, that there are youth working in the sector, as well as building very good solutions in the sector. So maybe take it as a bit of inspiration, but also learn from what we are doing in the sector. So first and foremost, we did have a live poll. I don't know if it's ready to go up. Is it the one? No, that's the wrong one. There is one that was sent by Proskovia. But essentially, as we wait on that, essentially what the poll was asking is, what is the one thing that would unlock most youth participation in aquaculture today? So by a raise of the hands, I'll just read the options first. Who thinks it's access to finance that can unlock most youth opportunities in aquaculture? Show of hands, please. No? Okay. Based on that, I'll start by asking a few questions because especially in terms of skills and practical training. So I'll address this question to both Niva and Alice. You are both people working in the sector, so just in terms of your background, what motivated you to get into the sector? What has your journey been like? Any challenges you've experienced, and what skills, additional skills did you have to take to make it in the sector and grow to where you've been? So I believe Niva has a mic, you can start.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As you've heard, my name is Niva Ondieki. I work as a consultant in aquaculture sector, and I also empower youth. My background, basically, where I come from, we don't access water bodies, but I was inspired by my dad, who is also a farmer, and while growing up, he used to rear fish. That is, I used to have a fish pond. So I was also passionate about aquaculture, basically agriculture. So that was what inspired me into entering into aquaculture career. Actually, I'm a fisheries and aquaculture graduate, and I've been working in this industry for quite a while, about 8 years now. And it has been quite a journey that I really want to encourage each and every one of us here, especially the young ladies I'm seeing in the room. Whatever that you want to do in life, don't get discouraged by anybody. Just go for it, because I also got some discouragement from family, relatives, and even friends. They could ask me, why could you choose to to do a course that deals with fish? Are you going to be a fisher woman, like you're going to work with fishermen in Lake Victoria? So it has been quite a journey, and I could really want to encourage all of us that if you're passionate about what you want, and also we have a lake that is actually right now we don't have fish. There's a scarcity of fish, and we have a lake that is there. So the youth, if you get that, you are good to go. So for the young girls that I'm seeing in the room, just go for it. If that is your passion, that is what you want to do, just do it, and you'll be able to encourage others, the young generation that's coming up. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My journey and what brought me into this sector that I love so much, I identify with the blue uniform behind. I am one of you. I was in the National School, Kisumu Girls. So that's where my journey started. I got out and joined Maseno University as someone who doesn't know what she's going to do, but I loved water. From my childhood, I was a water person, and also being born and bred in Kisumu, I saw the fisheries sector, and my mother could go to get the little fish from the lake to take to the market, and sometimes she could come back with nothing, and I was looking at it like, why is it that some days it's there, some days it's not there? And this is what brought me into aquatic science, and having sitting my KCPE in Kisumu Girls in that big hall. I think it's still, my KCSE, sorry, in that big hall. I hope it's still there, ladies. So that's where I made the decision that I want to go the science way into the aquatic life. I got into the aquatic space. Of course, as a pioneer again of the course in Maseno University, you can imagine the dark room I got myself into. Everyone telling me, go to education. Maseno is known best for bringing out teachers. So go for education. I'm like, no, I want to discover what my mother could not get every day. So the journey was not easy. 4 years down, I came out, oh, where do I go next? We have county, state department, KEFs, came free, so I don't have a job, so where next? And then you are out there as a young girl. I knocked door, and it's that what drives you is the zeal in you. You sitting here, young girls from school, you already know that this is what you have. So get out with it. It's not a silver like just ugali dropping in your plate, but you have to make it from the fire to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you're already getting inspired. My next question is to Clinton, because quite a few people raised their hands in terms of market access. And fortunately enough, we have Clinton who's working in aggregation of fish. So maybe tell us, how do you think this challenge could be solved?
Yeah, hi everyone. So Clinton Obura here from Sama King. So Sama King is a company in the fish value chain. We primarily focus on market access and distribution. So what that essentially means is we work with farmers, both large, medium size, and also small. We aggregate produce from them, and then we sell it primarily to B2B customers. And we do that across sort of like various channels, so various sort of like trade corridors. So for example, you can source fish in Kenya, sell it in Kenya. You can source fish in Uganda, sell it in Kenya. You can source fish in Uganda, sell it in DRC, which is a big emerging market. We're about a 2-year-old company, investor-backed, and we've seen some really tremendous growth. Yeah. So I think maybe first of all, I think that the thing is there's no magic bullet, right? I don't think there's any one answer, right? And I think in sort of like the earlier sessions, we were talking about this collaborative approach of bringing things together like in different ways. I think for us as a company, as Sama King, when you looked at sort of like the whole fish value chain, people talk about this deficit a lot. It comes up like a lot. But also the truth is farmers today are not able to sell their fish efficiently, right? So sort of like this tension between where we need to go versus the things we need to solve today, right? And I think for us as Sama King, we decided to be the player that figures out how to build out the market. Because also what we see in this marketplace is that the truth is, even if all of this fish was available instantly, it would not be sold, because that's not how markets work, right? On one side you have supply, on another you have demand. You need a player in the middle connecting both supply and demand. So that's the role we play at Summer King, but I would not say that we are the magic bullet. I think the answer to solving this industry-wide issue is a collaborative effort. We are playing our role, and there's lots of other people playing different roles. Yeah.
Thank you. My next question will go to Dominic. So as someone working in production, what would you say, and even extension services, what would you say is a key challenge you've encountered, especially as a youth in the space?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Onyango Dominic Omenya. I'm the founder of GFarm Aqua Solutions. So at GFarm Aqua Solutions, we produce fingerlings, as well also we also offer consultancy services. Mostly we deal with the youth. So the problem is, I live in a rural place, come from rural, but now the problem is the knowledge. There's knowledge gap. Like people have the fish ponds. The fish ponds have been there. Maybe the government can come. They have an initiative that they are giving you the fish ponds. So you have the fish pond is there. But now the problem, the knowledge is not there. How to do things. How can you rear the tilapia within the 8 months? You find that mostly in the rural places, they rear the fish, the tilapia that is being reared in cages for 8 months. They rear it for over a year. So the only problem that they're having is just the knowledge. That's the main problem that they are having back then.
All right, thank you. My next question would be to Niva. So what is a key change, especially in the sector, that you feel would make a difference? Because we've stated a lot of challenges, but what do you think if we change in the ecosystem, it would make a huge difference?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I think what needs to be done is creating a youth-friendly financial scheme where the youths are able to access finances for them to be able to do aquaculture efficiently, because now mostly fish production is quite expensive, and as a youth, if you don't have finances, you'll not be able to do it, because a pond itself, it costs a lot of money, a cage itself, fingerlings, and also feeds. It's quite a journey. So creating a youth-friendly financial scheme will be able to help the youth to do aquaculture efficiently in a very sustainable way. Thank you.
So just pass the mic to Clinton. Because you've noted a lot of challenges as well, and what is missing, like the collaborative approaches in some cases. But what other thing do you think is missing in the ecosystem that maybe if people do right, because you've mentioned, for example, if all the farmers harvested the fish, we are not able to still sell it efficiently. So what do you think is the missing link here?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there's a lot of things, but I think one thing that really comes to mind at the top of my head is, I think fundamental for me,
the youths can actualize it fully to help the sector grow further. Additionally, as a youth who is also a young career sitting among seniors, youths are now having spaces at the table. Unlike before, where only the seniors could make decisions and that was final, we now have voices and we sit in discussions where we can also be able to say, hey, that's our old way of doing it, please let's do it this way. So I think that's also a direction where really the sector is embracing and going for. Yeah.
I love it, and I love the fact that there are a lot of youth in the room as well as only youth on the stage. So Dominic, what do you think that is working that we can learn from, especially you, as you've noted your challenges in the rural area in terms of production? You've come up with some innovative solutions. Yeah. So what do you think is working that even maybe other farmers in the room can embrace, or anyone who wants to join the sector?
Okay, I want to... Okay, it's working. Okay, so the thing that is working, youths are becoming innovative. Like with us, we built a RAS system that was built from locally available. We used the, how do we call them? The basins to build a RAS system. But now the youth, like they are seeing aquaculture as an opportunity, something that they can invest on. And also we have incubation hubs. They are now incubating these ideas. The ideas are being protected. The idea that we built, it has been protected. It has been patented by the national, like the government. The government is now patenting these ideas. So I think the sector players, they are coming together to help the youth and also to support the creative thinking that most of our youths are having.
Thank you very much. So you can just keep holding the mic. So for just as we close, what if given a chance, what is the one opportunity you would work on now in the aquaculture sector? So it can just be a word or two, but just a sentence. What is the one thing you'd work on?
I would work on supporting youths have investor-ready businesses. Okay. That's the only thing that I can do.
Thank you. Alice?
I would partner with as many youths as I can, just to develop a concept that will sell but looks at the 3 pillars of sustainability, and not only to run for profit and the social aspect that like we do currently, but also to look at the environmental sustainability and ensure that the 3 pillars are taken care of while we are investing or while we are making this venture a success. And one of the key things is not just to do aquaculture as production, because currently we have a lot of production, but then where is this fish going? So can we also just go through the other notes? So I would look at a space where we have a collaboration that runs across the value chain through these very brilliant minds of youth. Yeah.
Thank you. Niva, in a word or two or sentence, what is the one thing you would work on now?
For me, now that I work with the youth, because mostly I interact with the youth and I am passionate about youth, so what I could work on is to be able to help the youth to get access to resources, especially the water body resources, for them to be able to carry out aquaculture in a very sustainable way, because you find that most of the youth, they don't have access to water resources, or rather water bodies, so they don't benefit at all when it comes to doing aquaculture in a very efficient way. So I'll be able to support the youth to be able to get the resources, and also to support them with trainings, because that is what I do basically. So I'll be able to reach out to as many youths as possible for them to be able to be passionate about aquaculture, because that is the only way to go right now. We don't have fish in the lake. We are looking at aquaculture. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Clinton?
I think for me, a couple of things. I think the first is probably just having a regional lens. I think one of the things we are all talking about, we're in the Lake Victoria region at the moment, but Lake Victoria is shared by multiple countries, right? And also the reality is across those different countries, the realities are very different, right? So as most of you probably know, Kenya only has 6% of Lake Victoria. The bulk of Lake Victoria is in Uganda and in Tanzania. Uganda is a very big producer of fish, but Kenya is where the purchasing power is. We're also seeing Tanzania also come up as well, because they have a really big share of the lake. The aquaculture industry is not as developed as both Kenya and Uganda. So I think it's also not just like a Kenya opportunity. Ask yourself what's happening across the region. For example, for us, DRC was never a market we thought we'd be in, but in the last sort of like 12 to 18 months, like DRC is just blowing up, right? The demand there is significant. So really just have this, I think the world today requires that we have like a global mindset. We can see what's happening like in our neighboring countries, and we can take advantage of those opportunities. I think the second thing for me is just, we can have all these good ideas, we can talk as much as we want, we need to execute. Like the job actually needs to get done, right?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon again. Can you hear me from the back? Great. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank God for everyone who made it here. I think we've come to the climax of the day's event, and the future of Kenya aquaculture is young, inclusive, and it's here. Sylvia, what do you think about that?
Definitely, Ken. You're correct. The future is here. You can see many young people in this room, but again, even those who are past the youth bracket, we really need them, because we learn from the best, isn't it? Yes.
And that said, we are launching Young Fish today. it's a journey that we've been looking forward to, because we know that our young people, when included, our women, when included, the full team, you cannot have 11 players and half of the team is out of the league. You're not going to win. We want to win, and we want to win big. And I'm also thrilled that the young people are here. Young people, hi. Great. Our CEO is also young, forever young. And we would want to see Young Fish being launched, and not like any other project that we've launched before. We want to take off like a rocket. We want to take off with a big force. We want to walk the talk. And because we are promising this by ourselves, I would want everybody in the room to clap for themselves, because we are promising that we're going to walk the talk. Great. There's a QR code in all the screens here, out there, and there. So, Sylvia, how do they go about it?
Kindly screen the QR code. I'm trying to be sure if this was the correct one. Okay, Sawa. Kindly screen the QR code. It should be reading something like aquadialogue.shoshinhub something.
Yep.
And yeah, you should be receiving some PDF document of just, it's more of like a brief highlight of everything that is being launched today. We are doing that in the interest of time. So I hope we are all sorted that way. Is there anyone experiencing difficulties? Do we have it? Okay. We have other two screens.
Yeah, so there are screens on the side and this one, so you can just tap in, scan the QR code, and you'll be able to get a brief of the launch that you're doing today with all the 4 interventions that we are launching today. We are going paperless. You said we are digital, so we're starting it here. And I think Abraham, you'll be able to run it even after I speak, so that anybody who is left behind or didn't chance to scan can scan. And that said, in a count of 1, 2, and the big 3, Young Fish is launched in Kenya. Let's go! Can someone help my girls? One more. Eugene, step in and help. I'm going to count it again.
How do we do it first?
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So in a count of 3, help me count. 1, 2, 3, go! Woo! Young Fish officially launched. This is yours. The future is young. Thank you.
It probably needed some Gen Z energies, but even the ladies were more of Gen Zs. Eugene. Anyway, that's why I think that's why they normally say that at some point we really need men in our lives. Hapa hakuna cha strong and independent. Thank you, Eugene.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, for this. And anybody with a question to the young people? Any burning question? I knew somebody would be having something. 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Margaret Sandro Joando from Daystar University, currently pursuing my Master's of Arts in Diplomacy, Development and International Security. I'm undergoing a proposal under aquaculture to be meaningfully supported through cross-country collaboration, an example of Kenya and Norway, beyond the short-term project. Thank you.
Great.
I intentionally gave the mic to Mr. Kibera.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's a very, very good question. But before I respond, let me touch the minds of the youth. The following data, very key. Consumption in Kenya is 3.5 kilograms to 4.5. African average is 10 kilograms. Global average is 20 kilograms. Get the deficit. That one is really appetizing because there's a gap that we need to fill as youth. Production is struggling. The potential for fish production in Kenya is 700 metric tons. The deficit we are saying is 450. The current production is maximum at 200,000 metric tons. So get that. So that is the driving force. How the government is involving youth. In the program which is going to start in July, under NAFAD, National Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Project, we have come with a component which is targeting the youth in terms of asset financing and support. And bringing on board insurance companies to help them de-risk so that the premiums that are given is highly competitive. So that they will not see that this is a sector which has a lot of losses. For example, we have fish losses, but we are engaging collaborative efforts like the one we have with Norway to come with Internet of Things on how to address these particular issues, especially for the youth. And we are seeing the difference. Currently, when we had oxygen reduction in our waters, through that initiative, with the help of Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute together with the Norway team, they will send the signals and I will share this information in all our platforms so that we avoid these particular losses. So we are bringing on board the youth. Also through that particular program, we are going to have a apprenticeship program targeting youth. Those who are in colleges or those who are just finishing their colleges, so that we bring them on board and we sharpen their skills so that they are very much productive in the industry. So we are not leaving them behind. We are here. And I'm telling you, when I'm still the regional coordinator for Nyanza and Western Kenya, we have to bridge the gap and keep the pace moving. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the interest of time, I think we'll stop there, but we'll have a quick session maybe after this where we can pick a few questions if your time allows. Okay.
Thank you very much. Allow me to stand. My name is Janet Mumasaba, PhD. I work with an organization called MEDA. It's an international development organization. We are fully funded by the Canadian government. We work with a project called Legend. It's in aquaculture, poultry, and horticulture. And the challenge I see is we try to involve youth. Ours is fully youth and women-led, but youth come on board mainly when the project is almost ending. And you see the first few phases is we put a call out there, and most of the older generations apply for the grants because we give grants, and you don't apply for the simple reason you don't want donor money. I heard Colin say, what are donors doing? What we do is we develop matching grants, and these matching grants are supposed to be sustainable even after the project ends. And when you come to subsidies that we give on technologies, again, the older generation go out there. So my advice is, when you see these calls out there, try them out. Some of them are very genuine. We have worked with people that have been successful. I know some of them also come to us, and we began with a project called MSAWA, Equitable Development, and most people in aquaculture didn't apply. So we had to have a follow-on called Legend, and now we have some people in aquaculture, but we had to stop the ones in poultry and horticulture for aquaculture space to come in. So aquaculture is still developing, but when you see calls out there, please apply for them and just try out, do your due diligence, and just know that these things sometimes do work. Thank you.
As we wind up, thank you so much for your insights, the two of you, and the issue of financing and everything, including apprenticeship, all those things happen. Proskovia, last week we were in that event organized by that were going on in that room. How do you become investor ready? The team that just left here, forgotten that gentleman's name. He was seated somewhere here. So yes, thank you. I was taking notes. Being investor ready. You start small. And there's a lady who mentioned here how she, like after graduation, she wasn't sure of what to do, the internships and all that. You know, the truth is, most of us young people, hatutaki kuchoka, tunataka ile haraka. We've also gone through that. Unfortunately, that's how it is. If you're lucky enough to maybe get employed early, good for you. If you're lucky enough to maybe get into innovation and just, yeah, wengine wetu hata tukiwa hapa, tumekapitia pia. So thank you so much for the insights. And Mr. Kidera, the information that usually comes through came free. That's our solution. I'm sure you're aware of it. We are actually the first organization that has provided the first early warning system, AI and IoT powered early warning system here at Dunga Beach. If you've been aware of the massive deaths that have been happening 2023, 2024, the last was in September 2025. We came here with Dr. Orina for a reconnaissance in November, and January 20th this year, we had deployed that technology. So let's be quick. If you think of something, we are seated here, gathered here, thinking of something. So many other people are thinking of the same, and they'll deploy it the next day. So if you have an idea, as Madam has mentioned, there are so many grants, genuine grants. Let's be keen. Tusichoke kutafuta. Sawa. Thank you.
Yeah, mine is just to give a few remarks after the launch. I think we've seen the 4 initiatives that have been launched. We have the young fish. We also have the girls in aquaculture and the other 2 initiatives. So myself, I'm part of an alliance. It's a global alliance of women in aquaculture. And we had a quote from one of our lead, who is the founder of Seafood and Gender Equality, just to congratulate the consortium for launching Girls in Aquaculture. So I just wanted to read her quote. But I think as we wait, I wanted to respond to Meda. We have a network of youth. The NAYA, which is the Network of African Youth in Aquaculture. We have currently more than 2,000 youth from 30 African countries, and they are looking for these opportunities. So I think it would be ideal if we work together. If you have those opportunities, we can be able to share with them, and then they are able to apply. Yes. So I'll just read the message. So the Waves Alliance is an alliance of women advancing a vision for equality in seafood. I serve as one of the steering committee members through Samaki Hub, and at the moment we are actually designing how the alliance should look like, what we are advocating for. So when we knew that we were going to launch Girls in Aquaculture, our lead, who is Julie Kuchepatov, the founder of Seafood and Gender Equality, said, "The Waves Alliance congratulates you on the launch of this important effort where women lead and youth innovate. Aquaculture becomes more than an industry, it becomes a living promise of resilience, nourishment, and a sustainable future for generations to come." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Proskovia. To continue to speak for the young ones and the youth, I would like to invite County Director of Education, Rosemary Birenge, up to the stage. To the sparkling stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all the distinguished guests in this room. Because of time, we may not go into a lot of introductions, but I want to recognize the director, the regional director, Blue Economy and Fisheries, Mr. Kidera. This is a speech during the Young Fish Launch and High Level Aquaculture Dialogue. Really, we are very excited to be part of this conference. The Minister of Education, and I want to be sure all the students and the teachers in this room, we appreciate the invitation. Distinguished guests, honorable delegates, industry partners, education, and most importantly, the young people who represent the future of Kenya blue economy. Good afternoon. It is both a privilege and a profound honor to stand before you today at the launch of the Young Fish, an initiative that I believe arrives not a moment too soon. Why this matters? The issue of aquaculture and the whole idea of young fish. Kenya sits on the shores of the world's second largest freshwater lake. We are endowed with rivers, reservoirs, and a coastline teeming with potential. Yet, for too long, aquaculture has remained an industry whispered about in policy rooms, but not fully embraced in our classrooms, our communities, or our consciousness as a national priority. Today, that changes with this launch. And with the experiences that we have today, we have had today. The blue economy is not merely a sector. It is a lifeline. It is nutrition on the table, livelihoods in rural communities, foreign exchange in our national accounts, and most crucially, opportunity for the next generation of Kenyan entrepreneurs, scientists, and food producers. But none of the potential is realized by accident. It is built deliberately and structurally, and most importantly, at an early age. The CBE, that is the curriculum-based education, and CBET, that is curriculum-based education training, is ready to build the skills of the young generation. Prior to, just like we have been told by this lady from Maseno, yeah, her colleagues wondered, what business does she have in aquaculture? So are opening a door. We are saying this sector is vibrant. It is modern, it is growing, and there is a place for you in it. Jumbo Fish Farm. I'm delighted to highlight what is already being piloted at Jumbo Fish Farm, because it demonstrates that this is not inspirational language. These are practical, scalable models that are working right now. Every Tuesday, Jumbo Fish Farm opens its gates to young learners. They do not come to observe from behind a fence, they engage with hatchery operations. Fish pond management, with the daily rhythms of a working aquaculture enterprise. This structured practical exposure in its truest form. Beyond the physical farm, a live online aquaculture learning platform now enables learners to virtually engage with real-time farm operations. Schools are being invited to allocate just 45 minutes weekly, one class period, for students to access guided, industry-connected digital learning. In a world where our young people are already spending hours online, let us channel that engagement into something that builds their future. And then there is the nutrition dimension, one that is too often overlooked in our conversation about aquaculture. Jumbo Fish Farm advocates for the integration of fish and omena into school feeding programs. And indeed, some of our schools also feed our learners on omena, a very nutritious fish. This is both a nutritional imperative, and a cultural one. When children eat fish regularly, they associate with nourishment, with normalcy, with daily life. That association builds a consumer base, supports demand, and crucially creates young people who understand the value of what the sector produces. And you'll agree with me that the eating of fish is also related to intellect. Yeah, and that is why we have many professors from Luoland, because of fish eating. Today, we call upon both public and private sector partners to adopt the scale these models. What Jumbo Fish Farm has started, the nation must continue. To all our partners in government, embedded aquaculture competencies in our national curriculum frameworks ensure that CBET pathways in the blue economy is funded. And resourced and linked to industry. So definitely we are going to ensure that this is funded, as Mr. Kidera has said. It's going to be resourced, and it is also going to be linked to industry so that this industry grows up. Open the doors of public farms and research institutions to our young learners. To our partners in the private sector, follow JumboJet Fish Farms lead. Open your farms and host students. Invest in apprenticeship. Partner with TVET institutions. And then the talent you nurture today is the workforce that you will hire tomorrow. To our partners in civil society and development, amplify initiatives like Young Fish. Document the best practices. Share them widely and push them into communities that have historically been left out of the blue economy conversation. And to our young people, you are not the future. You are not the future of this sector. You are its present, and therefore you must embrace it. Your curiosity, your energy, and your ideas are what will take Kenya's aquaculture industry to scales we have not yet imagined. I know you are so creative, And with that creativity and imagination, we shall surely succeed. Then they will grow into the practitioners, innovators, and leaders that this sector really needs. Young Fish is more than a program. It is a promise, and a promise to our young generation, to the next generation, that we see them. We are investing in them, and we are building a sector worthy of their talent. Let us make that promise together. Let us all launch together. Thank you. I am called Rosemary Birenge, the County Director of Education, Kisumu County. Allow me once again in a very special way to introduce the teams from the education sector. We invited 5 schools. The youngest was Golden Elite, and your teachers. The teachers, Golden Elite. Yes, thank you so much. We had 2 girls and 1 boy. Thank you. We also had Maseno School. Maseno School, the principal promised to come. Is the principal here? Thank you. Thank you so much. Kisumu boys. Kisumu boys. Thank you so much. Last but not least, Kisumu girls. And as I conclude, allow me to invite the principal Kisumu girls representing the other principals. Karibu madam, and also invite one of the students to represent the other students in this conference. Thank you. May God bless.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Before you is the principal, Kisumu Girls. My name is Doreen Odhiambo, a teacher by profession, a teacher of geography and CRE. And part of geography, we also did a lot of fishing as a subject. And so when you talk about aquaculture, I am with you. So I want to take this opportunity first to thank the organizers of this very important event, and especially the regional director of Fisheries and Blue Economy, Dr. Kidera. Kidera is not a visitor to me. Up to end of last year, Kidera was our PA chairman, and that's why his daughter was one of my students. And as he said, the daughter did us proud, got an A-plane of 84 points. And we appreciated and we thanked God for that. Now, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah, it is not really my time to do a speech. I just want to observe the fact that I really feel honored to be part of this strategic dialogue on aquaculture and blue economy. I received your invitation and I really felt humbled. And I say thank you so much for that recognition. As we can see, we are just but a few schools. So it's a great honor for the schools here to be identified among the so many schools in Kisumu County. We thank you so much for that.
The sessions have been very informative, an eye-opener. We've come to learn that in aquaculture, there is a lot of opportunities, especially career-wise. Economically, there's a lot of hidden secrets in aquaculture, and so it is a challenge that we should seriously invest in aquaculture. And even to the teachers as professionals, in CBC, it is there. As Kisumu girls, I really thought seriously about introducing it. But now the problem was the teacher. I thought of the biology teacher, could not do it exhaustively. I thought of the teacher for agriculture, could not. So I know, Madam Birenge, you are not on the staffing side, but we are challenged there. In curriculum, you are there. So together with the TSC, you can think of how to engage the university training teachers, to train teachers to handle this. It is very, very good a subject for our CBC students. So we've learned that fish does not just come from the lake. Even from the dry areas where people don't even know how to eat fish, fish can be produced and they can learn to eat fish, and the economy of the region can improve from that fish. I want to thank the youths who have shared with us, and especially the young ladies. I'm a teacher of girls. You've seen my girls here. They are challenged. And you've also challenged them directly that it's not only teaching, it's not only medicine, it's not only law. Aquaculture is also there, and they can exploit it. You have opened our eyes and you've made us learn that we are sitting on very rich potential which we don't know. It is high time we got up and exploited the potential in aquaculture. There's a lot of openings there, and we are going to encourage our students to exploit those openings. Otherwise, I want to thank you all for what you've shared with us. It was a learning experience, and we have really learned. And when we go back to our schools, we are going to sensitize the rest and see how we can put into practice and exploit what we have learned. I want to thank Niva. You said you're from Kisii. People in Kisii don't do fish, but your dad was doing it and you learned from her. We should learn from what we see and how we can improve on them. And even Alice, you're welcome to visit your school and share more with the girls. Karibuni sana. Now, I came with another teacher, Madam Lynette Adongo. Just stand and wave. A teacher of biology. She's the head of subject biology in Kisumu Girls. Next to me is one of my students. I think she was also, she's been inspired, and I think she has something to share with you. Please, 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Principal, for this opportunity. Thank you to the organizers for inviting us, the youth, to be here. Thank you for the teachers who selected me to be here and stand in front of you to say that I truly have been inspired. Aquaculture is something that, as it has been said, wasn't something that was exposed to all of us at a young age. But thanks to this curriculum, CBE, we have been exposed, and thanks to this curriculum, to this program, we are able to know more about it. From what I've heard and from what I've seen here, aquaculture is really something broad. It is something that involves or includes all of us directly and indirectly, and it is something that helps us all. So all I'd like to do is to encourage my fellow youth and learners to engage in this. And I also love the way in which we are trying to involve the girls in this. It is something that it needs all of us to be active in it, to help in it, and to invest in it. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope that we can all take what we have learned here into consideration. Thank you. Sorry, I did not introduce myself. My name is Zanella Tawanda. I am a proud member of Kisumu Girls Senior School. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you so much, both County Director and Principal and student from Kisumu Girls High School. We are moving forward in the program, and we are going to stay in the youth section. So we are going to have a new panel about youth technology and the future of aquaculture, discussion on digital innovation, youth entrepreneurship, and future workforce development. So I would like to invite Proskovia Lando, my co-host from Samaki Hub, to lead the segment.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, moving on to the second panel. I hope you're finding a lot of value in these discussions and even potential opportunities to work together or to gain something from it. Thank you. Yeah, so I would like to call out the panelists. Louis Wagudi. I don't know if you're here. Michael Onyango from Forgotten Bottom Millionaires. And then we have Sabila Kasim from Jumbo Fish Farm. Dr. Joseph Okech from Aquarech. And then we have Ashanti Amani from ISEC. Thank you. So I'll just give each of you 30 seconds to 1 minute to briefly introduce yourself. I see we are really over time, but yeah, just briefly introduce yourself, your company, what you do, and then we'll jump right into the session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ashanti Amani, and I am a project raiser manager at ISEC in the University of Nairobi. So what we are is, ISEC is the world's largest youth organization. We're operating in over 100 countries, and our goal is primarily to develop leadership abilities within the youth, primarily through cross-cultural exchanges and internships. Thank
you. Good afternoon. I am Sabila Kasim from Jumbo Fish Farm. At this point, do we need to introduce Jumbo Fish Farm? Okay, so Jumbo Fish Farm is an aquaculture company located in Kakamega County in Koyonzo Ward. Basically what we do is the whole process of fish from fingerling production to raising the fish to table size. So apart from that, we also encourage young students and learners to take up aquaculture. So when you are seeing the county director, the young ones, like at one point I was enticed by our CEO, Mr. Felix Osok, to join aquaculture. So I do interest learning institutions to include food, to include fish and omena into their daily diets so that they can have more nutritious meals. So yes, that's me.
Good afternoon. I've been introduced, but I want to introduce myself again. I'm Dr. Joseph Okech from Aquaculture. Aquaculture is a company that was born after some informal survey that was done in 2019. What we discovered then was that some vulnerable groups, particularly women and youth, were excluded from fish production. And we thought, why can't we, or why couldn't we bring them on board? Because at that time, some of you may remember that there was this an infamous, not famous, but infamous Jaboya factor in fish production. How many of you can remember that? Yeah, so we wanted to do away with that, and therefore the only way to do so was to involve youth and women in particular to have access to fish, quality fish for trade, because that is where they were. Then we asked ourselves, why could they be only in trade and not production? So we started thinking outside the box. Our model, multipartite approach, brought on board all actors within the fish value chain. And just to mention what we have achieved under this, youth, we have Youth in Sustainable Aquaculture Program, funded or supported by by MasterCard. Some of you may know MasterCard. This program has helped us to create over 900 jobs. And we are still working on that, all for women and youth in particular. And we have tried to work with banks so that we create a blended financing model where banks are ready to support youth programs through this blended financing model. And I can assure you, youth and women are now able to access money or credit facilities for asset acquisition and for production, all the way to consumption, because we are covering the entire value chain. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Great. My name is Michael Onyango. I am a descendant of those who designed and built the pyramids in Egypt. If you want to know a little bit more about me, go to michaelonyango.com. But in context to why I'm here, I am part of a team that runs an organization called 4BM, which stands for Forgotten Bottom Millions. We're in all the 47 counties, and we ensure that young people are able to put money in their pockets. Thank you.
Thank you all. I think you really kept the 30 seconds to 1 minute. So I'll jump right into the questions, and I'll start with you, Ashanti. What role can youth networks play in translating youth interests into opportunities, maybe in aquaculture or even in other sectors?
Thank you. So, like I said earlier, we are an organization that usually brings in international volunteers as well as taking Kenyan youth abroad to learn in different sectors. So our question recently was, where are opportunities that are hiding in plain sight? And that's how we discovered aquaculture. And now we've been able to take volunteers to both Thailand and Vietnam to learn from industries there, since those two countries are one of the global leaders in catfish production and shrimp. And we've been able to get them into internship opportunities and for them to learn within the species that they're able to access. So what we can do is just marketing this idea and informing youth, because it was through intensive research that we were able to land upon this industry. And so it will be more of marketing this idea and informing youth about it and educating them more on the issues in this industry. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. And you can pass the mic to Sabila. And I think the recurring theme we are hearing in the room, there are so many opportunities for youth to get involved. So if you're a young person here and you don't know where to start, at least you've pinpointed somewhere to start. There are so many networks, there are so many institutions, organizations like MEDA looking for you, you know where to be found. So I hope now you know where to be found. On to Sabila. From a business perspective, what do you actually need from young people entering aquaculture perspective?
What we actually need is their interest in aquaculture. Do you have interest in aquaculture? Do you want to learn? We can spend a whole day talking about the opportunities the young women have, the opportunities the young men have, what organization can do, who can do, who can fund, but are they interested in doing it? That is the most important thing. That is where we need to begin. We have to entice them. We have to make our youth want to take up aquaculture. Once they have the interest, everything else can flow. Yes.
Thank you. And to that, to the audience, do we have youth here who are not in aquaculture but are interested in aquaculture? Maybe I can see by a show of hands. You're not in aquaculture but you're interested? Okay, I see some students. That's good. So I believe everyone here is in aquaculture and is interested in aquaculture, if you're not a student. Okay, yes. And then to Dr. Joseph Okech. You are working directly with farmers and digital systems. What have you seen work in practice when it comes to using technology to support youth aquaculture entrepreneurs?
What is working actually is whether youth can access information through technology. So we have an app that we use, and it's available for youth who may be interested in knowing more about aquaculture and gaining the passion to take any, to leverage on any opportunity that's available. So youth should just be encouraged to always be looking out for information through such avenues. And I think they have the opportunity this time to join those who are already in aquaculture industry to participate actively for their own benefit.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And then to Michael, you're running the Forgotten Bottom Millions. How do we ensure innovation in aquaculture includes underserved community that are not those that are already connected, but the underserved communities?
So first and foremost, I think just being here today, and to all the partners who are in this room, let me tell you that if you're not on our platform, then you're missing out on reaching 500,000 people every single week. So we've literally run this platform since 2016. In fact, it's interesting. Today, for the first time, I met Proskovia, who's actually one of our admins, who's been with us for 8 years. But I met her today for the first time. So, so that just tells you that, so what we do is we provide qualified information, verified information. And just to give you some context why this is so important. So as a country, in the whole world, Kenyans are the country that spends the most time on social media in the whole world. It's a fact, yes. So what we have done as 4BM, we've taken up that space to ensure that we're providing information which is not disinformation or misinformation. So anybody who's in aquaculture and wants to ensure, and then the other thing is that the average age of the members of our platform are between 18 and 35. So if you're talking about young people getting qualified and accurate information, We do that, and anybody who gets our information is via WhatsApp. So you don't pay a penny or a cent. So it's at no cost to the user. And just to give you an example of whether or not our platform works or whether or not it is useful, right now as I'm sitting and speaking to you, as 4BM, last year, sorry, not last year, the year before last, we started a climate smart project in Garissa County. Garissa County, Yathri Primary School, where, as I'm speaking to you now 2 years later, they are still growing spinach, yes, and sukuma wiki in Garissa County, which they're harvesting in 40 days. So also, when we speak about technology, I heard a lot being said about technology in this room, and we keep going to AI, AI, AI. Well, I'm a thought leader in frontier technology, which goes beyond AI. AI is just one aspect of technology. So we've got to get this right also. So we must encourage our young people to take up other fields of frontier technology. And that is where the Norwegians have beaten us, and that's why they're here. Because they've gone ahead, when you're all busy singing about your AI and everything else, when it comes to aquaculture, that is their gold mine. So let's take these partnerships a bit more in depth and a bit more seriously in terms of, when you speak about tech, what part of the tech do we need to bring into our ecosystem and to also use it? Just one thing, if I may just add, still talking about our platform and also just what it has done. Through our platform, we've got people studying all around the world, you know, and everything that we provide, I said, is qualified information. All the opportunities we provide are fully funded. I heard the lady saying that she was struggling with getting young people to apply for grants. Trust me, if you give it to us on our platform, I do not think you'll be able to, you know, the response that you'll get will be an overwhelming response because we have built credibility over the years. So in a nutshell, I think where people get qualified information from is a very important thing. In terms of technology, let's go beyond just talking about AI and look at other technologies that are frontier technologies that are also very important to us, like I've just explained to you what's happening in Garissa School. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Michael. I think I'll move on to the second question, and this each of you will have to give an answer from your own perspective, from your own organizations and institutions that you are working with. What is one thing that's already working today that we should be scaling faster in youth or in youth aquaculture?
Okay, so I'd say one thing that's working is just the curiosity of youth to engage in different industries and the curiosity for learning more about things that are not very accessible or not well known within our education systems. So that's one thing that's working. And within our organization, one thing we do is focusing on the SDG goals. So we find multiple opportunities that target these SDG goals and find a way to create projects from them and find ways to get more youth, more volunteers into participating in this project. So that's one thing that's definitely working.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The one thing that is really working when working with youth at Jumbo Fish Farm is the hands-on training that we provide. When students visit our farm, we have a state-of-the-art hatchery that runs on a modern RAS system. So they get to see what a hatchery actually looks like. They get to see how a hatchery functions. We have a grow-out section of about 40 ponds. They get into the ponds, they do the sampling, they do the egg harvesting. We just don't do the theoretical bit, but we interest them with the practical skills. So practical skills are really, really working for us. Take myself, for example, and a social worker with a specific interest in community development. I did not go to school to learn about aquaculture. Everything I know about aquaculture I've learned at Jumbo Fish Farm. I have gotten the hands-on training. I've met a competent team that taught me for 2 years now what aquaculture is. And I can now confidently stand in front of students and any audience and talk about aquaculture. So what is really working for us is the hands-on experience that we provide to our learners and our farmers. Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much. At Aquaculture, what is working is we train the youth and farmers in general on current or modern aquaculture technologies and innovations. Apart from that, we offer internship for young farmers and in particular students from different universities across the country who come to learn practically what is happening about aquaculture. And it has worked very well, and as I've mentioned earlier on, through this we are able to get jobs for the youth. And what I would want to ask the youth to do is change of attitude. Let be one of your options when selecting careers at beginning from early age. This way we'll be able to embrace aquaculture, which is an emerging economic powerhouse, as has been stated here. You have a chance to contribute towards it. Thank you so much.
So one of the things that we're very insistent on is using data and being data informed about whatever decisions that we are making. So back to your question, what is working for us? So let me give you some data and some stats. So in this region, on the Kenyan side of the lake, there's 5 counties that surround the lake. And what's already working, and that's also to the women in tech who just showed us their project in Norway, is that every single year we have 163,000 people turning 18. In Norway, you only have 60,000 people turning 18. So already what is working for us is that you got 163,000 people who are looking for what to do. So they're looking for an option of where they can go into and what they can diversify in. And that happens every single year. So that's a big low-hanging fruit there that is, and these are the ones who are turning 18 today. I'm not talking about the ones who already turned 18. So I'll say that what's really working is that there's 163,000 people every single year turning 18 who are looking for an opportunity of what can they do themselves, and they're looking for somebody to pitch to them something which they can connect with and they can work with. And I can guarantee that out of this 163,000 people, you cannot even absorb 15,000 of them. So you're spoiled for choice in terms of what's working within the region. I've just spoken about the Kenyan side of the lake. I've not spoken about Tanzania. I've not spoken about Uganda. So I think our biggest and our greatest opportunity as a people here is that we have a great youth bulge, which is also a market, and which is also a human and a capital resource for us to use and to feed into. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all. And I think even from today's theme, from fish deficit to aquaculture powerhouse, we see real life examples of what's working and what has worked really well. So this should not be a theme for any other session after this. Because we have the resources, we have the opportunity, we have the people, we have the networks, we have the need, we have the demand. So then what is working, we've seen data. If you have data, you're able to make better decisions. If you train youth, as Aquaculture has said, training them on modern technology, provide internships for them, that also helps the youth. Also, they need to be interested, they need to have curiosity in order for them to engage, as we've heard from Jumbo Fish Farm. And then also provide hands-on training, because if they don't know what they're doing, then you just keep going in circles. So I think to wrap it up, only 2 more questions and then we wrap it up. So I think I will direct this to Dr. Okech. You have the mic? Okay. So where do we risk overestimating technology in aquaculture, and what still requires human system and support?
Just come up again.
Where do we risk overestimating technology, and where we need like more human support than technology? Is there?
Of course, I think if we do not have the curiosity, the initiative, and interest, then even technology may not help us much. So we need to change, as I said, the attitude and ensure that what we are doing is what we know will help us grow our economy as a people.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. My next question will go to Sabila. When you were joining the aquaculture sector, what is one mistake you made or one mistake you see young people making when joining the industry?
I made a lot of mistakes. So many mistakes. And I'm very grateful to the team at Jumbo Fish Farm for being very patient and consistent with me. Now, to answer your question, one mistake we make is assuming that aquaculture is just about fish. There is so much in the aquaculture space that youth can venture into other than fish production. So one thing we sort of assume is that when somebody is talking about aquaculture, he's talking about production. He's talking about fingerlings. There is so much more that is in the aquaculture space that the youth can get into. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So you've also had, it's okay to make mistakes as long as you're learning from your mistake. Nothing will be perfect from the beginning. So I think as a closing, a final question for all of you. In one sentence, what is one opportunity in aquaculture that young people are not yet fully leveraging?
I'd say it's probably targeting other pain points other than just the fish deficit, from marketing to just getting into the initiatives in the first place. Yes.
One thing we are not taking advantage of is how does aquaculture build our communities? I'll give you an example. I grew up in Mumias, where sugarcane was everything. We all depended on the company until it collapsed. And then now we didn't have direction. People could not go to schools. Parents could not afford meals and basic needs for their kids. So investors, CEOs, as you venture into aquaculture, how are you making it sustainable? How are you going to make sure that what happened to companies like Mumias Sugar Company does not happen to the people who are getting into aquaculture? Thank you.
For me, I would see knowledge gap as the main factor here. Do the youth have interest in knowing more about aquaculture? Are they interested in knowing more about aquaculture? I challenge the youth to go into various sources of knowledge available to know more about aquaculture so that they can leverage on any opportunity within the entire aquaculture value chain. There is opportunity everywhere, from input supply, production, processing, marketing and transport, up to consumption. Enablers are there, and we have them here. Could take advantage of them and access that information for your benefit. Thank you.
So I'd say that anybody who is over 35 in this room, you're the problem. And you're the reason why the youth do not know anything about aquaculture, and I ended at that.
Wow. That's a powerful way to close. So I don't know if I should add anything on top of that. I don't want to, because it really is a powerful way to close. So thank you all so much for honoring the invitation and coming to share your perspectives. And I think now when we talk about youth technology and the future of aquaculture, we have an overview of how that looks like. So thank you so much, and I'll hand it over to Simon to lead us to the next session.
Thank you so much to the panel and the insightful discussions. I think, Michael, I still got a couple of years. I know if anyone here functions the same as me, when somebody tell you it's going to be food at a certain time, you get hungry at that moment. We're a little bit past the program, but we will shorten a few segments and we'll eat shortly. So, it has been mentioned a lot today, the NOREC exchange program, and what is that? The Norwegian Agency for Exchange Collaboration. It's under the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it's all about learning knowledge, a knowledge exchange. So it's a collaboration between Jumbo Fish Farm, Val Skoler, a vocational school in Norway, and Aquafine, a company dealing with aquaculture equipment. And we are going to see two videos. One from our team at Jumbo Fish Farm, who has been in Norway. And after that, we're going to see a small segment with the Norwegian team that's been in Kenya for the past 3 months. And after that, we're going to get a few insights from Dr. George Morara from Kemfree Kegati in Kisii. So if we have the videos. Just a few comments to the first video before you find the second one, or while you find the second one. In Norway, we do salmon. So we are not that familiar with tilapia. So while we are here, we are actually here also to learn about the tropical fish species, about tilapia. Few comments to the first video before you find the second one, or while you find the second one. In Norway, we do salmon. We do. So we are not that familiar with tilapia. So while we're not. We're actually here also to learn about the tropical fish species, about tilapia. It's finished? Okay. And so the NORAC project is actually sponsored with 3.9 NOK, Norwegian kroner. And what we have had the exchange here, we've been talking about catalytic blending finance today. We could have chosen to been staying at Jumbo the entire time and working there. But I know that, for example, Dr. George Murara would have some insights for us on why it is important to share those resources. How are we doing? It's always interesting to see yourself on a screen like that. Yes, you could join us, Dr. George. I just wanted to finalize that the NOREC project, this is only the first round. So NOREC is a collaboration agency where you actually could apply for several rounds. So you actually could develop these partnerships over time. And I think that is what we are going to do together with Chemfree.
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Simon. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name's George Morara, the Center Director, Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. Our center is located at Kigati. Kigati is in Kisii County. I'm so privileged to be here, to be one of the speakers in this session. Much has been shown on just a concluded video. And part of the second part of the first video was actually showing work that was going on at Kigati. Chemfree believes in what we call exchange programs. Actually, almost all our scientists, all our technicians, we've grown our capacities through what we call exchange programs. At one time, or you'll find one of the scientists or two have been out of the country or have done some work with some private sector to pick up some experience. Not that we do not have these ones here, because we learn, we do all these things, but these things keep on evolving every other time, and you have new technologies coming up. So we do not want to remain doing things the same way all the time. And in February, when we had the NOREC team coming to Jumbo, we had some conversations, and we opened doors for them to visit Chemfree and see what we have there. They requested to pay a courtesy call to Kisumu, Kigati, and our station at Sangoro in Nyakachi, Kisumu County. And part of what you see here is what was going on. We've been having some of this equipment which we've stalled for quite some time. And as government, the processes of procuring and getting these resources can be a problem. But what we learned from these exchange things is that there are little things that can be fixed by the same people if you share this knowledge, if you share the opportunities for them to maybe be in your space. For the private sector, more often than not, because they are in business and they are running quite a lot of, we had here, they are commercial interested. Government, sometimes we are doing most of the things, and if we are doing communal services or what we call socio-corporate responsibility, it's not so much for profit. Research is basically to support community development, all those activities. We are there in that space. But then there are new technologies that are moving very fast in the private sector than what we have in the government. As Chemfree, what do? We work with the partners, the private sector, and that is what we want to promote. NOREC has shown us a very good example that by putting together our effort, we can be able to leverage on those opportunities and be able to make impact. Aquaculture is not a single component. It's not a biological component. I like what, what's the name? Kasim said. There is more than just producing fish. Sorry. Yes, there is a biological component where fish produces, you have eggs and all these things, you have the life coming up to the market. But there is the engineering aspects. There is the socioeconomic aspects. She's not a fishery scientist. There is the the marketing aspects, there is the education aspect that has been just said. And these skills need to be developed. We can only develop these things through what we call the exchange programs. And this exchange program, I'll categorize it in two ways. It has to be focused on particular subjects. What is it that you want to develop? And for what duration do you want to develop it? Do you think that by sending a student for internship for just 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 8 weeks, you've been able to impart aquaculture knowledge in that person? Suppose we developed a program that is more practical oriented, almost 80% of practicals, where you have some experience at Kemfree, government approach, some experience, 3 months, private sector, jumbo fish farm, and then you have crown it with maybe 2 or 3 months in Norway for you to get the international experience. What do you think you'll make of that student or that youth? So this is the line of thoughts that we want to look at, so that if we have to come together, the private sector, the government, and the international development partners, develop a program that can help our youth. These youth are looking up to us in future for them to take over from us. And with us, because there are many other remarks coming after me, especially from the Kemfree team, I would like to really appreciate that we have had a very good engagement, so to speak, and we look forward to furthering this engagement in our...
Sorry. We have YESA representative Magdalene, karibu sana, and I have Koome Makot who is online. So, and then also I don't know if we can be able to get the Bolema CEO, Bella Akinyi, but for now I think the online team can assist us. Do we have Koome online? He's hearing us. Nice. So Koome, welcome to this conversation. Thank you. Sorry, Kome, we are missing you in terms of, oh, there's a lost network. So hopefully, if, okay, kindly proceed. We were losing you, Kome.
Early commercial models. Are also providing high levels of quality, right? I think these are ones that will ensure that the margins that aquaculture operators operate within are now improved, and it will then becomes an area where, going back to my initial point, as a commercial viability is able to make money for people and for our communities, and is able to be seen as a viable business, right? Now, that can only happen if the pieces, the environment is amenable, and they are able to access good inputs, good feed, good fingerlings, all of the above, as well as also having access to skilled labor and people within the sector. So I think that is the second area that I think as investors we need to think about. And the third and final one really is just about this kind of building a track record and building confidence to reduce people's perceived risk of the aquaculture sector. And this is if are looking towards it's not a silver bullet, but I definitely think that blended another
I think from our side, the
to go for lunch, and myself I have but I think these are some key areas. How do you focus on, and that is something that if we can support the entrepreneurs and the businesses and the stakeholders of the business sector to create an enabling environment, but also to demonstrate what can be done and the potential that aquaculture holds, we will see the growing sector going forward.
Thank you so much, Kome. Great insights, and we appreciate your valuable contributions and also the role of Gatsby in supporting the aquaculture sector. So he has requested, he has a meeting, we can allow him to proceed for the next session. Could we kindly provide, thank you so much. We were basically kidogo, but I think we have adjusted. It was a bit cracky, but at least there are some few things that we have been able to grasp from that conversation. I have three wonderful team members here, Magdalene, Joseph, and also Noah. I want to give them a chance to briefly introduce themselves, but as they introduce themselves, it would also be in the interest of time if they can also be able to share and respond to some of the questions that we are going to highlight. So first, my name is Kevin Obiero. I'm a center director. I work with Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute as a principal research scientist. I'm also assistant for freshwater aquaculture. Have had wonderful collaboration with the Norwegian team, not only in aquaculture but also in fisheries. So with me is Magdalene, and my first question to you, Magdalene, is we know the ISA program funded by MasterCard is doing a great job. When we were designing this program, I know there was a funding model, the blending and the flexi fund. So would you kindly just break it down, to an average person like us as students, what this funding mechanism is? And secondly, tied to that, are there challenges or barriers that you think are critical, especially for young women? Welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. I'm not very comfortable with the seat. I hope I don't fall down. It's meant for the sizes of Ashanti and smaller. So my name is Madeleine Mungei. I'm the Aquaculture Technical Lead for the YISA program, and YISA stands for Youth in Sustainable Aquaculture, which is a consortium of 7 partners who are working within the aquaculture space, and we are working with impacting youth, working with youth within the aquaculture sector ages 18 to 35, targeting to work with a total of 150,000 youth. And our target is to work with 70% young women, that is ages 18 to 35, all the way from fish production. We have nodes of soya and BSF production to work on the feed component, and also we have those in pond and cage production and market players. So the question of how we are supporting financing the sector. So for us, we took a blended funding approach, just as Dr. Ria said. We did not want just to hand out cash, but then how do we de-risk possible barriers that we know our young men and women would be able to face once they're provided with this kind of funding. So that's how we designed the program, to also work on key factors of production, such as feed and fingerling access, so that as much as you have access to finance, then you're able also to lower your cost of production and also can leverage on the market margins. The other way is that we do a lot of market linkage to all our participants. So then we have farmers linked directly to the markets, and even as I've also seen part of my colleague panelist Kome talk about the cost of feed. We're very big about producing more soya, because most of the time we've looked at soya within the Kenyan region depends on imported systems from Uganda and Tanzania, which has greatly increased the cost of feed production locally. And most of feed players 3-4 years before this were working with imported feed systems, and we're working to support local cottage and even high-tech feed producers to also reduce the cost of production. The other thing that we're also keen about in the YISA program, because I remember Felix talking about cash flow is king, we're also looking to lower the production cycle for the fish production, because if you're speaking to a bank, you're speaking to a loan provider, they have specific cycles that they have to look at the money being paid back. And so for this, we are looking to, we have invested a lot in the nursery node of production, where we have provided young people with production kit for them to grow fingerlings for a little bit longer. And for this, I like to give the example of one of our countries in the region that is doing very well. When you go to Egyptian farmers, they stock about 50 grams of fish for them to say that is an outgrower system. But then when we come back to our own farmers, they do about 0.2 grams. Those are still very juvenile for you to rear them, which makes our production cycles go all the way to 13 months. If you're having a negotiation with a bank, it's not possible for you to be funded, for you to have money held for 13 months and be able to pay back. So for us to come in at nursery stage, we're looking to start at 10 grams at this point, but then looking in future would grow the value chain to have bigger fingerling stocks and stocked and lower production cycles. So still even within our funding, where we take advantage is we focus on 80% women for our revolving loan funds, where we know that commercial banks generally ask for collateral and very strict KYCs, but for our KYC system, or well, that's a very complex term. For some, I wouldn't have known KYC in high school. So KYC is the kind of documentation that you'd give for you to qualify for the bank, for you to qualify for a loan. So we reduce the amount of KYC needed. No collateral is required, and you have to be have interest within the production system in aquaculture and a national ID, taken through our training. Also part of the way we are de-risking. Financing, that as much as we're giving you the money, we know you'd utilize it within a place where you have understood how to use it. So to give a little bit of the bragging numbers, within the last 3 years, we've been able to fund a total of about 350 million Kenya shillings from the YISA program, both as challenge fund grant and also revolving loan funds that have gone to production systems within the aquaculture sector. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Very comprehensive. Let's give you a clap. To my friend Joseph, who is with Equity, we know Equity has made visible commitments in the aquaculture and fisheries sector, especially with their products. Some years ago, we were talking about Vuvilon. I am trying to understand from your experience in the bank. Interestingly, Joseph has been with Kamudanga for quite a number of years, and Kamudanga is one of the leading farms, and he shifted to the bank. So I believe you carried our interests as farmers. What are some of the things that you have been able to do to support both our smallholder farmers as well as big investors in the cage industry and feed industry? Welcome.
Thank you very much, Daktari. My name is Joseph Odhiambo. I work with Equity Bank. Equity Bank is actually a household name in this country and in the region in general. A name in several ways, a domestic name in several ways, that we support businesses, small, medium, and micro enterprises. Equity has two, the social wing and the commercial wing. So the social wing mostly is to empower businesses through trainings, and training is a way of de-risking the bank, as Madeline has mentioned it several times. De-risking a bank in what way? That I'm aquaculturist by profession. What am I doing in the bank in the first place? The bank, normally they have interest in businesses that have future. It's not a question of whether aquaculture has a potential anymore. All of us know that there are so many businesses that are doing very well in the field of aquaculture. So the bank, once there's sees it as a very good opportunity to support, especially we have a very huge lake here. This is our tea, this is our coffee. We can mine billions and billions of shillings out of that water body we have. Now, the bank, when you walk to the bank will not just lend you the money. They will need first to understand the nature of the business, how it operates, and how risky it is. That's now why I'm there, to make the institution understand the business. I'm glad that we are having this kind of conversation right now. A few years ago, the discussion was different. Right now, the interest is much higher. So one of the way of unlocking this potential is that financing, you cannot discuss business without discussing finance. And even multi-billion companies that we see running around, some of them operate on, actually a very big percentage or maybe all of them operate on loan facilities. So for a bank to listen to you, you must demonstrate that it is economically feasible for the bank, because the bank is in the business of selling the money and also doing the business with the money. So they cannot risk lending into an institution or an enterprise that will sink the money. So we do a lot of training to these businesses, like mostly youth enterprises, training on financial literacy, budgeting, and how to manage loans. So once we have that kind of understanding, we make our daily operations very much easy. Now, Daktari asked, how am I helping? Once you understand how aquaculture business works, we also have a loan product specifically for people who are doing fish farming. We know that we have people walking into the bank every day and night. They do from all walks of life. We have people who do like maybe retail shops, maybe hotel industry. But for aquaculture, it's very little bit different because we stock, we have a production cycle, and then we harvest. So once you demonstrate to the bank very well how your production plan is, then the bank always has money. So nobody will deny you that. So we have products that really understand the production. So for example, you come to the bank, you say, I'm stocking today, I'll be harvesting in 6 months. We sit down with you, we understand your production cycle, how realistic it is, because we've also come across people who are very unrealistic in this field of fish. They have a lot of ideas, but now lack practicality. So the bank has a product that you are giving the money, especially could be working capital, or working capital mean the product, facility for buying feeds, maybe paying, running your operation cost, or fixed asset. You want to buy a cage, and then after some time, you give back the money. So we give you money, we wait until you harvest, and then you return the money to the bank, and the business continues. But if you go to other institutions, especially institutions that don't understand the operation, you will be given the money. The next month, they will start demanding for the first installment. No, now that is what make Equity Bank unique. We understand the cycle of the fish. You are given the facility. Upon harvesting, you sell your fish and then bring the money, because in aquaculture it is very profitable. If well managed, you can get a profit of up to 30 to 50%. So if you are given 1 million, you get your 1.7 million. You take 1 million back to the bank, and then you keep the profit, and we maintain that kind of good working relationship. Yeah. So we, among many other things, which we do with the blue economy industry, I think that is it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's clap for him. I had some follow-up questions, but I think when we are having lunch, for somebody who is interested in, I think that model where you're saying that, they don't come for the money immediately after they've given you a loan, but you can sit down with them, negotiate, and they look at your production cycle. And then once you are being able to produce, you can now be able to return back. It's a growing industry, and these are the funding opportunities we are looking at so that we can make Kenya a culture powerhouse. Lastly, and I think, Noah, you need to be as brief as possible. We have around 4 minutes remaining. I know Kemfree as a principal research a partnership and resource mobilizer. They said mkono mtupu wa ulambwi. What is Kemfree bringing on the table first? And secondly, looking at it as the consortium partners who are gathered here, what can we do to unlock funding that can be able to sustain some of the initiatives that we have proposed here today, that have been launched here today? Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obiero. Now, if you can see me, wave. Let's wave. Let's wave at the back. Thank you so much. So, my name is Noah Kiprop. I'm a principal resource mobilizer at the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. I will not take much of your time, but first, Doctor, allow me to, I saw the students from school, and 2 weeks ago, I was at Shimola Atewa, and we were with a group of scientists speaking on the issue of marine and fisheries technology. We were invited. I saw Madam Principal of Kisumu mentioning that we do not have capacity to train these, to run this program, and I felt like, let me first mention that before I focus on that. So we went to Shimola Atewa. We met grade 10 students. We had a session with scientists, and they really appreciated. What I was impressed about them is that they are really passionate about matters of fisheries and marine and fisheries. And as Kemfree, we are there, our doors are open so that we are able to build capacity where we are. And they even requested that we help them construct a fish pond in second term, and we are very keen about that. And let's just I think we can continue with this after this session. Back to your question, our moderator. Kemfree, our mandate is to generate and develop and disseminate scientific information and technology for sustainable development of marine and fisheries. For us to perform this role, we need financing. So, as a resource mobilizer, I will be very brief. The secret to financing that I've come to learn is partnership. Partnership is very important. Kidero was talking about the 32 billion financing that is to be launched in July. This was achieved as a result of partnership. We had a team from Kemfree State Department and other stakeholders in the sector who sat together, put their minds together, and that is how they have won that 32 billion. So the message here is, let's have a conversation let's put our minds together after this session so that we can see how do we conceptualize, how do we make this bankable, because we have different mandates. But now when we come together and sit on the table, that is when we can achieve much. So I want to finish my talk by saying, are you ready to partner? I want to ask, are you ready to partner? So if you are ready to partner, I will want us to say, we are ready to partner. So if you can see me, let's all say, we are ready to partner. So if you are ready to partner, let's continue with the conversation after this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noah, for finishing it powerfully. Are we ready? Yes, we are. Are we ready? I know Obama said so many years, yes, we can. Huh? So I believe our clarion call. And as we close off this session, thank you so much, my dear panelist members, for responding to some of these questions. I know Madeline from the YISA program, Joseph from Equity, Kemfree, and other partners from the funding cycle. There's a lot happening in the sector. As Aquaculture had mentioned, we are almost doing the same thing. But if we can put these forces together, focus our attention, I think we can borrow from the Norwegian example where they have been able to scale it from different areas the private sector, research working with the industry, and the private sector also on board, as well as the education sector. So we value our young team. Have been passionate about designing and running programs to promote internship. Kemfree has the expertise to support even in the education sector. So kama mwalimu hayuko, one of our teams can be able to join, maybe on an arrangement that can be made. But we are ready fully to support this initiative to ensure that sustainable funding and the partnership he has mentioned is actualized. With that, we want to come to a close. I see the government's hand. Allow me to give Bwana Kidero a chance to just make one remark, then we close it and he will guide us to the next steps.
Thank you. Before the panelists go, I want to inform you that I'm one of the persons that were selected by the PS to be in the technical drafting for the NAFAD project. And we have got a lot of submissions from stakeholders, especially on funding, financing by Equity Bank. Maybe as you leave this place, because we are going to come on public participation, on the best model. Because currently, what farmers are saying that, of course, the financing is there, but the cost is still high, because banks and institutions like Equity Bank are still relying on old methods of bringing on board players, especially the fisher folk and aquaculture, to take loans. So they shy. And I think this has also been echoed by Aquaculture, which is also partnering with Equity Bank to have asset financing system for agriculture. How best do you want to do it so that your financing model is attractive and supporting the development of aquaculture, especially to the youth? Thank you.
Thank you.
I hear there's another question, maybe just one. You had one. Then Joseph, we can wrap it up. Huh?
Yeah, thank you, Equity Bank. Just one quick one. You say that when the farmers borrow money, you wait, they do not pay immediately. My question is, during this grace period, does the loan accrue some interest before they begin repaying?
And even what Kidera mentioned, I think it's about interest. For example, if the government gives you some part of some money, maybe from a donor, do you charge it at the same interest as the normal loans? Because that has been the catch. Now that prevents many people from coming. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll take this very fast. The most interesting thing about fish, we have a very short production cycle. And so once you understand that, the shorter you make the production cycle, the more profitable you are. For example, let's take a quick example. You take $1 million from the bank, and at a percentage of 14%, you take this facility for the purchase of feeds. We normally do what is called ecosystem financing. We don't give you the money directly because of sometimes people channel money to other use. Because I gave you $1 million here, $1 million other users may arise. Now, what we do, we pay the supplier, for example, for the feeds. And then when you feed your fish intensively, you are likely to harvest in less than 6 to 7 months. Most of the fish farmers that are here can agree with me. So 6 months, you have your production cycle done. Maybe a loan is at 14%. It is prorated loan. So if it's 6 months and it's a 14% annual, it doesn't mean that you are now going to pay 14%. You are going only to pay 7%. Okay? So if you are supposed to pay 1,140,000, now you are only going to pay back 70,000. You see? So the intention here is clear that we are trying to make production cycle for farmers shorter than so if you return the money in 3 months, the better for you, because you are only going to pay something like 20 or 30,000 shillings.
Thank you.
So it's about understanding the production cycle and the working of the farm.
And I would encourage that if we have more questions, please kindly follow up with Joseph. He is in the room. And you can also go to the bank, he can give you some tea. I've been there. So finally, I would want to bring this to a close. Let us clap to these honorable panelists. And I see Proskovia is smiling at me. Welcome. Please, I believe we are now launching to lunch.
Yes, thank you. One more panel session. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so just one announcement. Before, we are going out for lunch, I'd like to welcome Simon to give the closing remarks. But before he comes, for the youth that came through Naya Africa, please remain behind for just 1 minute. Okay, Simon, you're welcome to give the closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Proskovia. I think we keep it short and sweet. So want to first thank you to everyone who has been a part of the day. What we have experienced here is not just a series of sessions, panels and discussion. It's a reflection of something bigger. Today we have brought together government, private sector, educators, youth, innovators and international partners. And in itself is powerful because real change does not happen in isolation. It happens when the right people come together, a shared direction. So, throughout the day, a few things have become very clear. First, the opportunity is real. Kenya has the resources, the demand, and the potential to build a strong and sustainable aquaculture sector. Second, the talent is already here. We have heard from so many young people, entrepreneurs, practitioners and leaders who are not waiting for the future. They're already building it right now. Third, the challenge is not a lack of ideas or ambition. It is coordination. It is how we connect efforts, align initiatives, and move forward together as an ecosystem. And that is exactly what today has been about. Not just identifying challenges, but taking steps towards solutions. Not just discussing after today is what truly matters. And I believe we are all equipped with one of the most powerful tools there is, our voice. But the real question is not whether we have a voice, it's how we use it, when we use it, and what we choose to do with it. Because the fact is, words alone do not create change. It's action. So today marks the beginning of something bigger, a more connected, more inclusive, and more coordinated aquaculture system. And if there is one thing to take away from today, we don't have a fish shortage problem. We have an aquaculture opportunity. Thank you. And now we are ready to go to lunch. So we will meet downstairs at first floor. Yeah, perfect. So at both of the doors, there will be meal cards, a voucher you need to pick up before you go down to the first floor. When you get out of the elevators, it's to the right. We see you there. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Please remember, if you registered through Naya Africa, just remain behind for a tukutane hapa kidogo. The Naya, if you registered through Naya Africa. Hello. For the Naya youth, please come here. We take a photo. Just come here at this banner. Yeah, we take a photo and then we go for lunch. Naya. Kujeni hapa.
many beautiful people. Ah, look at you. Very good.